Wow. We're actually finally here. This is round one of the NFL Draft 2023, about to get underway. What experts are deeming to be the most unpredictable draft out there. I'm sorry if you're hearing, air circulating through. I have the fans on. If I don't have my fans on up here, it gets really hot, especially this time of day. What's up, bro? How's it going? Oh yeah, you commented on the Lamar Jackson video. Yeah, obviously it's going well for me and a lot of Ravens fans. We know that, at least for now. I mean, there's the whole Lamar Jackson thing. There could be a couple other things that go on tonight, but either way, the Ravens are already owning draft night, and they didn't even make a draft pick. So I think they meant to do that on the day 5 years ago that Lamar Jackson got picked. So it made the most sense. But yeah, we'll see. I think for now, if I had to guess, number one overall is probably going to be Bryce Young here. I mean, you got the Panthers picking first. They're a quarterback needy team. This was Chicago's pick, but if you remember when the Bears traded for DJ Moore, they got the ninth pick from the Panthers and traded the Panthers the one pick. So I'm guessing here, I always do, bro. Look for my comments. Oh, I see them. I do see them. I heart them. I don't necessarily respond to all of them, but I see them. Yeah, so I guess the Bears thought that they didn't see anybody that they wanted to get at number one, because obviously right now they don't really need a quarterback. They're trying to, give Justin Fields what they can for him to succeed. And if he succeeds, then, they don't need to draft a QB. It's too early to move on from him is basically what I'm saying. So the Panthers, who lost Sam Darnold in the offseason, I think he's back up for the 49ers now. And Baker Mayfield, I believe, is still in LA. I think. I don't remember. I think he still is, though. And, of course, PJ Walker, I believe, is still on the roster. But he's kind of like a Tyler Huntley to me, where he's a solid backup, but you're not going to get much more from him. So either it's going to be Bryce Young or CJ Stroud here. Some people are saying Will Levis, but I highly doubt that. I think it's going to be Stroud or Young here. Young is my pick. Would not be surprised. Let's see. They still haven't kicked it off. Well, it's supposed to kick off at 8 o'clock in 3 minutes, but I'm starting off by just giving you some of what I think might go on here. There could be a big trade at number 3. It is said that the Titans are talking with the Cardinals to trade it for number 3. However, it does not involve DeAndre Hopkins. Those claims were false. I think, if anything, the Cardinals might trade for the Titans, so that way the Titans can get either Young or Stroud, whoever doesn't go number 1. Do the Ravens need a corner or a receiver? See, this is what's going to be interesting all night up until it gets to our pick, or we trade up, or we trade with the Cardinals for Hopkins, if that happens. Because if we trade for Hopkins, we're not getting a receiver, because we're not picking in this round, because most likely we'll give the Cardinals our 22nd pick and move out of the first round. But if we make that trade with the Packers, because there is talk going around that the Ravens are actually currently in talks with the Packers to move up to number 13, there's rumors that it could be, just in case, if what's his name? Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing his name. Jackson Smith-Jibba out of Ohio State. 95 passes, 1,595 yards, 9 TDs last year. If he's available, the Ravens will trade up to get him, which means if that happens, then I don't see us getting Hopkins. But it's another thing, too, where, yeah, corner is a big need. And I know Joey Porter Jr. has been in some people's mock draft, because there's Devin Witherspoon of Illinois, but he's a number 4 prospect, so he might not even be there. Hopefully the Orioles come back against the Tigers. I understand you can't win every game, but losing to Detroit, well, we swept them, so it's not like last year where we were actually losing to them. But, again, with the Orioles, if we're going to talk baseball real quick, it's early in the season. They're 16-8. They're having a good April, and I still think it's a playoff team. It's just, you're going to get this. People expect us, now that we're good, to sweep every series, and that's just not possible. And we've won, 5 or 6 straight series in a row. So eventually, like the 7-game win streak, that streak's going to come to an end itself. And sometimes it's just the teams that, you least expect. But what I've seen a lot more from the Orioles this year is they're beating the teams they should be beating. That's all I'm saying about that. I'm not ready to say, oh, the Orioles are going to falter, or the Orioles are really, really good. They're playing well now. I'll say that, and I'm having fun with it. And I even contemplated, like, should I watch the game or the draft? But when I found out the draft was starting at 8 and the Orioles game was starting at 6:30, I actually did, because I wanted to see Joey Ortiz get his first at bat as he's making his major league debut. We're in top of the 5th now. We do have 2 runners on and 1 out, so maybe we can get something going there. I don't know. But yeah, so it is 8 o'clock. The commissioner's probably going to come out and put the Carolina Panthers on the clock and get things started. And again, we're in for an interesting night. I also heard something too. I don't know how true this is, but I also heard that the Eagles could be trading for Derrick Henry tonight, which would make things really interesting when it comes to Tennessee. Because if they really want a quarterback and you're going to go with a rookie well, they're not necessarily going to go with a rookie quarterback right away. They still have Tannehill on the roster. You'd think you would need Derrick Henry there, because when you look at all the other running backs for the Titans since Derrick Henry got there, they haven't really done much. So it is definitely going to be big if that does happen. Oh yeah, kudos to the NFL. They had that. They honored Deshaun Perry, Lavelle Davis Jr., and Devin Chandler, the 3 men, the football players on the Virginia football team that were tragically shot and killed in a shooting. They were honored today, and they each got quote unquote drafted by their favorite teams. Perry's favorite team was the Dolphins, so they made a jersey for him. Davis's favorite team was the Ravens, so they made a jersey for him. And Chandler, who always dreamed of being a Jaguar, Jaguars, put his name on a jersey, gave it to him. So you can officially say that they were drafted by the teams that they grew up cheering for and they really wanted to cheer for. That moment almost brought me in tears. I'm kind of you heard the little voice whimper. It's like, it was a nice tribute to 3 young men who seemed really, really into what they do and already invested in their community. And they had a dream, like a lot of people in college, to go to the NFL. Again, some interesting things that could happen, as the Panthers still are not on the clock, but I have a feeling we're getting there. Bijan Robinson of Texas, there's questions of where he could go. Now, this could be interesting because when you look at teams that need a running back, I mean, the Texans could be up there, I guess. That could definitely be a possibility. I don't know. It might be a little bit of a reach at 2, but Bijan is the number 8 prospect, so it might not be too much of a reach. Then you have teams like, the Raiders have Josh Jacobs. Maybe the Falcons go after Bijan or whatever, or maybe the Titans find him as Derrick Henry's replacement. I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see. I still think he goes in the first round. There's not many running backs that go in the first round anymore, but it is definitely intriguing to say the least. I'm sorry if I keep looking over here. My computer's like right here in the back. My TV is right over here by my bed, like far away. I can still see it and I can still read like the picks and all, but I'm going to be looking over to kind of, keep an eye, even though I do have the draft tracker thing here on my computer. I can still see what's going on as we speak in real time, because sometimes when you look at it on the internet, it's a little bit slow. Dalton Kincaid, tight end of Utah, that could be interesting because he's a very highly ranked tight end. I don't think he's up there with Kyle Pitts, but to be a top 10 prospect, that's pretty impressive. Anthony Richardson, this is going to be interesting here because now that Lamar Jackson we know he's a Raven, he's not going to Baltimore. Let's just make that clear. The Ravens are not taking a quarterback in the first round. They might take one later, but that's because Tyler Huntley could be gone after the year, and you might need a backup for later. But I don't see the Ravens going within the first. Plus, the Ravens only have 5 picks, and if you're going to only have 5 picks, you need to use them on what you absolutely need. So now that your quarterback is there, you don't need a quarterback anymore. Don't waste one of your picks on a quarterback. So I hope the Ravens don't end up doing that at any point in this draft. But when we look at it, Anthony Richardson's an intriguing prospect because he rose up. And again, there's some teams that could really use him. I mean, the Colts could be one destination, even though I think the Colts kind of have more of like a Will Levis fit. Will Levis, for whatever reason, just fits all the boxes for Colts quarterback, even though I heard that I think it's like their GM's interested in Strode and their owner is interested in not Richardson. Was it Levis? I can't necessarily remember. There's some interesting defensive players that can go early. I don't think we're going to see a defensive player go number one like last year. I did see this guy on a mock draft for the Ravens, Miles Murphy from Clemson. He's an edge rusher, so hopefully that can be pretty good. Deonte Banks of Maryland. This one I was very happy to see. Obviously, you guys know I'm a Maryland Terrapins fan, and their football teams have been getting some recognition the past couple of years as they are getting better and better. And Banks, he's a corner, 4.3, 540. He's amazing. He's projected to go top 20 potentially. Michael Mayer, another tight end at Notre Dame. I mean, I like these guys, but the Ravens don't need tight ends. We got Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, and even Charlie Kohler could definitely do something as well. Joey Porter Jr., yeah, if this is the corner, if there's a corner I want the Ravens to get, it's this guy, because nothing would be funnier than Joey Porter Jr. joining the rival team of his dad's former team. His dad, Joey Porter, obviously known for his time with the Steelers, but Joey Porter Jr., he seems to have a good heart about it, that if he does go to the Ravens, that his dad will obviously be like, oh, yeah, we'll support you. Jordan Addison is another one I've seen that the Ravens could potentially pick up if it's not Jackson Smith and Njigba or DeAndre Hopkins. There's just a lot of options. Quentin Johnston was another one as well. I think he's only up this high because he averaged 18.8 yards per reception. Other than that, I don't think his stats are fantastic. Emmanuel Forbes could be another one from Mississippi State corner that I can see the Ravens picking up late round. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the top 100 prospects, so not all of these guys I'm going to look through are going to be going in the first round. Obviously, like Zay Flowers is projected 33rd, but I've seen mock drafts of him going in the first. So, yeah, again, the Carolina Panthers still are not on the clock. We are at 8:07. I started at 7:55 because I'm like, oh, I'll start 5 minutes early. That way, by the time the Panthers, okay, here we go. Roger Goodell is going out there. Is he just announcing that they're on the clock? Or is the pick going to be made? Let's see. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. You probably won't be able to hear it, but I can hear it. Oh, the Orioles got 2 runs, made it 3-2. Okay. Pulling a mini comeback now. It's now 3-2 Detroit in the 5th inning. Anyway. This draft is in Kansas City, too, I think. Yeah, Kansas City. Yeah, this is the first time they're at a draft location for the defending champions, Kansas City Chiefs. I wish they would just get on with it. Heidi Gardner, the SNL chick? That's weird. Okay. Who's the other dude? I didn't even hear who the other dude was. Okay, this is a lot for just announcing the first pick. Let's be honest here. I mean, I get it, but can you just say the Panthers on the clock? I don't know why I'm doing this. I just force a habit. Yeah. We get it. Get on with it. I want to hear the number 1 overall pick. Oh, they're bringing out Mahomes and Kelsey with the trophy. Okay. We saw this in the Super Bowl. We don't need to see it again. Anyway, what else do we got here while we wait? These are all guys that probably won't even be picked today, but you never know either. It's a very interesting draft. Like I said, could be one of the most unpredictable. Jalen Carter, isn't he the guy that got in trouble for that thing? I thought his draft stock was supposed to fall. I mean, whatever. Willie Anderson, Alabama, he could be really good. Peters Skronsky from Northwestern, he's a tackle. He is projected to be probably the first offensive lineman off the board, so that's pretty interesting as we look over, and they still haven't put the Panthers on the clock. We are, wow. All right. Ugh. Let's see. Again, though, I'm still predicting that Bryce Young goes first. Okay, now the commissioner. Here we go. Well, it's not good. The Panthers are just on the clock, so we'll turn it out when they get back to that. It's 10 minutes, but they probably know who they're picking, so it's probably not going to be 10 minutes. I mean, when you have the number one overall pick, you can just be like, okay, this is the guy we want and submit it immediately. Whereas after that, you're kind of like, okay, who do we want to pick here? Who's available? Because maybe the guy you originally wanted isn't there at that point in time. So, again, this is going to be interesting. The Panthers are a quarterback needy team. They have a nice young defense, a solid run offense, but they need that single collar. They went through 3 different ones last year, and none of them really worked. I mean, they had minimal success with Sam Darnold. They were okay with PJ Walker in places, didn't really do well with Baker Mayfield. So they got to find stability there. They were 7-10 last year despite all that. And they could have won their division if they would have won that Week 17 game versus the Buccaneers. They're showing Bryce Young in the green room, so I'm assuming that he's going to be the first one off the board. But again, you never know. He's not on the phone or anything. So again, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, the Panthers averaged 306 yards per game in 2022. That was the 29th, the third worst in the league, 29 out of 32 teams. Seems like their draft room is ready. They're all just kind of sitting there, so that's weird. I hate that I'm giving play-by-play, but that's what it's going to be like until a pick is made, because the whole point of me doing this live reaction is for the pick to be made and then for me to comment on it, so that way in between we can hopefully by the time we're done, the next pick can be put in and made by the team that follows. So yeah, we're currently 2 minutes into the Panthers being on the clock, and there's nothing yet, but I'm assuming that we are getting there. MLB notification. Did the Tigers score? Oh, no. Okay, cool. Anyway, but yeah, Panthers currently on the clock. We're still waiting for their pick. Want to say congratulations, Orioles rookie Joey Ortiz. First MLB hit, a 2 RBI single that cuts the Tigers lead to 3-2. That's pretty cool. Wish I would have watched it, but I'm watching the NFL draft. But it's cool. Especially when your first hit drives and runs for the team. That's cool. Very, very cool. Because I saw his first at bat and he got robbed of a hit. Akil Baddoo made a nice catch in the outfield. And I will say too, there might be some points in this live stream where I leave to go to the bathroom or refill my water. So if you come on and I'm not here, just give it a minute and I'll be back in. Like, it's not going to be any anything where I'm going to be gone for a long time. I just might need to fill the water or, use the bathroom, because we're probably going to be here till close to midnight, and I'm not going to try to go that long without water, and I'm not going to try to hold it in for that long. I'm not one of those people, but I know when I'm on TV, if I ever get on TV, then I will have to do all that stuff, but we're a long ways away from that. So yeah, boy. Okay, so still nothing with the Carolina Panthers. The pick currently not in yet. So again, we will have to see. The last time they chose number 1, they got Cam Newton. Bryce Young's getting up. I think it might be Bryce Young because, yeah, he's getting up like he's getting ready to walk out there. Oh, no, he sat back down. Okay, I thought they were, like, getting up to like, escort him over to where you go out. Again, they traded for the number 1 pick. You should know who you want here. Everybody's on the board. Just pick somebody. Like, good Lord, I hate when the first overall pick takes this long to choose, because it's like, you got here, you know who you want, so why are you taking this long? Like, I get it, it's the most unpredictable draft. We don't know who's going to go where, but I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. We're almost 5 minutes into the Panthers being on the clock and nothing. Like, this should have been like Commissioner Goodell should have came out and been like, the Panthers are on the clock and they actually made their selection. They choose blah da 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 from blah da 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 da. But sometimes they like to make you wait, which is irritating sometimes. But yeah. Hold on a second here. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. I'm waiting because this live stream will really, really, really get started when these picks start coming in, so I can actually talk about them instead of trying to stall and talk about something else. But yeah, we're reacting pick by pick. 31 picks. If you're wondering why it's only 31 as opposed to 32, it is because the Miami Dolphins had to give up their draft pick for the whole Tua Tagovailoa situation. So yeah, that's why there's only 31 picks. The Dolphins had to forfeit their first rounder. Okay, the Panthers war room is clapping. That means the pick is in and they are ready to make the decision. I'm only holding my remote because I want to turn TV up because I can still kind of see, but I would like to hear who it is that they're picking here. So yeah, they were up, they were clapping, they were hugging each other. So that means the pick should be in any second now, and Goodell should be going out there to make the pick. That's what I like about rounds 4 through 7. It's all rapid fire. Like, you got to get through it. Since this is only one round, they like to just elongate it so much more than it has to be. Like, they need to start this at 7 p.m., not 8 p.m. I feel like you start this at 7 p.m., we can be done by 10:30, 11 o'clock, but 8 p.m., we're done by 11:30, midnight. And even though I don't have to work tomorrow, it's just exhausting because it's like, I like watching the NFL draft, but at the same point in time, it's just very frustrating because nothing happens until a pick is made. And that's the frustrating part about it, because you want to watch it. Okay, they say the pick is in now, so I'm assuming Goodell will be out very, very soon, and we'll get to see who the number one pick of the 2023 NFL season is going to be. We're only 22 minutes, almost 23 minutes in this live stream, and we are now going to figure it out. As yes, Panthers pick is in, Texans are on the clock, as the little thing down here is showing me. So that's cool. This actually seems to be more up to date than I thought. I thought with it being online, it would be a little slower, but no, the Texans are currently on the clock with the Panthers pick being in. So now if Roger Goodell could just walk out there and make the pick, that would be swell and fantastic. But we are still getting the same 4 people, which are Rich Eisen, who I love, that he's talking, but I have the TV turned all the way down. I'm going to turn it up when the pick's in because I really don't need to hear a lot of the nonsense that's going on right now. But next pick could get interesting. Well, not next pick. After the Texans pick with the number 3 pick with the Cardinals, that could get interesting. But we are currently waiting as the Panthers pick is in, and they're getting ready to they should be. Again, it's just as pick is in. I haven't seen Goodell walk out there yet, but the 2023 NFL draft is about to have its first announcement for who is getting drafted. Like I said, I am guessing that it's going to be Bryce Young from Alabama. But again, we'll see, because there's just been so many options here that it can go really either which way. And I swear to God, if they just don't they got to make this pick sooner or later. The pick is in. Go announce it. Like, how hard is this? I get that they have to get the card to Goodell. Okay, here he comes. Good Lord. Thank God. Here we are. Yep, as I predicted, Bryce Young from Alabama is the number 1 overall pick to the Carolina Panthers. Needed a quarterback, got a quarterback. I knew it was going to be between him and C.J. Stroud, but I kind of figured it would be Young just because, I really don't know why him and Stroud actually had pretty successful college careers. I think, did Bryce Young win a championship at Alabama? I can't remember. I think he did. But yeah, so Bryce Young is the first off the board. This is interesting. This finally, hopefully, gives the Panthers a solidified spot at quarterback, as they tried three different ones last year and didn't really have any success. Like I said, Darnold helped them win the most, but he wasn't necessarily the reason they were winning. The Mayfield thing failed, and PJ Walker's just a nice backup, nothing more. So, yeah, it looks like Bryce Young will be starting for the Carolina Panthers to start the 2023 season. Okay, that might not be a given. They might start PJ Walker before Young, but he's the number one overall pick, so you might just have to start him, first go here. So now the Houston Texans are on the clock. We'll see where they decide to go because they need a quarterback. The question is, will they go with quarterback or will they go with something else? This could be where CJ Stroud goes. They could pick, someone like Jalen Carter, or they have Willie Anderson, Devin Witherspoon. They can go offense, defense, quarterback. Maybe, just a thought, maybe Bijan Robinson goes here because, well, the Texans also kind of need well, I mean, I guess they do have Pierce from last year, but I feel like Robinson would definitely be an upgrade from Pierce. Pierce could be a solid backup for them if they get Robinson, but if not, they still have Pierce, and I think that could work for them in the short term here. So yeah, Bryce Young, the first off the board, not necessarily a full-on surprise here, but again, there were some mock drafts where he wasn't even the one going number one. Some people actually thought it could have been Will Levis, which if that happened, that would have been a disaster. I think the Panthers, I can't really say we'll get it wrong because, again, we're only looking at these picks in a certain context. Over time is when we'll tell, like, oh, that pick didn't hit or that pick hit or that pick was a steal. Will Levis could come out and he could dominate, and maybe Bryce Young doesn't. We don't know that yet. Even though, Bryce Young is the better prospect, that doesn't mean he's going to flourish more. But at the same point in time, we'll see, because the Panthers, you got to look. They didn't get the number one pick because they were the worst team in the league. They got the number one pick because they traded for it. They were 7-10 last year. That's not good, but that's by all means not bad. So Bryce Young is on a team that has talent on it. They got a good defense. I mean, yeah, they did get rid of DJ Moore, so they're going to have to get, receiving core, but they have a solid run game. And I feel like the offensive line, with the way it blocks for running, it can only, I feel like get better at some point in time. So, yeah, with Bryce Young, I think it's a good situation that he's not going to a team that's actually like really, really bad. He's got a team that has pieces on it already and that can help him succeed. So now the Texans pick is in. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. Maybe for now. They might trade this pick away. We'll see. The Houston Texans don't seem to be trading. They seem to be staying put, and they are soon going to be the ones to pick next. And this one could be interesting because the Texans can go either which way here, because unlike the Panthers, where they have spots that, they don't need to take, the Texans need offense, they need defense, so they can go either which way. They're currently doing the interview with Bryce Young, as they do with, I think, every pick. It might not be every pick, but it's a majority of the picks here. So, yeah, cross Bryce Young off the board. 30 more picks to go, but with the way trades and stuff have been going, things could be going a lot longer here tonight. Because I think once a team trades one of their picks away, the team that gets the pick then gets, I think, fresh time for the fresh 10 minutes to make their pick, or maybe because the whole reason they traded was because they know who they're taking, so they don't. I don't know, but yeah. There's this picture now I'm seeing on Facebook. It says the Bama QB room dominating. It's Mac Jones, Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, and now Bryce Young, even though Mac Jones to me has been pretty much a bust, not really that good. And Tua's been good, but I feel like he can be better. And Jalen Hurts just made the Super Bowl, could have won MVP. So, yeah, I mean, I guess he's really the only one of the four right now that you can say is anything. Okay, so the Texans are on the phone. Their pick is in. Looks like they're going to be ready to announce their pick. Unlike the Panthers, they did finish with the second worst record in the NFL. They actually won on the final day of the season to stop them from getting the number one pick. The Bears originally had it, but when the Panthers traded DJ Moore to the Bears, they got the number one pick, and the Bears went down to 9. So yeah. So now we're going to be seeing the Texans here. Is Goodell coming out? I don't know what that camera angle is. I cannot tell because my TV's up here and I'm all the way back here. I think he's supposed to be coming out, but I'm not sure quite yet. We'll have to see what's going on here with Roger Goodell. Sounds like he's coming out, or it seems like it. Yeah, here we go. Texans selection. Come on, TV. Here we go. The number 2 pick, Houston Texans. It is a quarterback. It's CJ Stroud. There we go. So people had these guys going 1 and 2. We just weren't sure. Well, Bryce Young goes 1, and the Ohio State product CJ Stroud goes number 2. This is another team that needed a quarterback, so it's not a bad pick. I mean, Davis Mills had some moments, but he has proven that he is not a starting caliber QB, and the Texans need a superstar. You know, when they let Deshaun Watson go, and of course DeAndre Hopkins, they haven't had a superstar since. So this is going to be really, really interesting. CJ Stroud could win the job in the preseason. I mean, they might try to start Davis Mills for a while before it all starts to fall apart. But I think Bryce Young could have a better successful first season because Stroud is on a team that is bad and has a lot of holes that it needs to fill here. So now we'll see. Cardinals are on the clock right now. They might trade this pick from what we're hearing with the Titans. But again, we'll have to see because now that Young and Stroud are off the board, do the Titans try to reach for a quarterback of, say, like Anthony Richardson, or do they stay put and just pick from there? That is where, again, things are going to be very, very interesting. It's funny, this mock draft had Stroud going to the Colts, and the Texans actually picking Will Levis at 12, but CJ Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State. Last year, keep in mind, we only had 1 quarterback picked in the first round. That was Kenny Pickett by the Pittsburgh Steelers late in the first round. We already have 2 within the first 2 picks. The last time that happened, wouldn't that be Andrew Luck and RG3? I think that was the last time that happened with the first 2 picks. Because I know the 2018 draft had 5 quarterbacks picked in the first round, but when we talk about the first 2 picks, yeah, I think it was the draft where Luck went 1 and RG3 went 2. That was the last time that I remember. I mean, I could be wrong. Or wait a minute, didn't Jared? I think Jared Goff and Carson Wentz, didn't they go 1 and 2? I think they did. That might be it. I can't remember if they went 1 and 2 or not. I could be wrong there, but yeah, that's an interesting pick by the Texans, but very well needed. So the first 2 teams, quarterback needy teams, got their quarterbacks. Now again, it still says that the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock here. So we'll just have to see what they do because this has been rumored that they could be trading this pick away. Let me check Twitter because Twitter seems to have not necessarily a lot of updates, but a lot of, what could be going on when we talk about the NFL draft and stuff. Let's see. That is Lamar Jackson. That's hilarious. That Lamar Jackson tagged the Ravens in this, and it's a picture of him photoshopped being really old. But I think it's because now with the contract, he'll be 31 by the time his new contract is up. So he's with the Ravens well in his 30s. Carmelo Anthony actually responded because I always forget he's a Baltimore native, so he's obviously a Ravens fan. Let me look at like hashtag. Here we go, 2023 NFL draft, and we'll see what might be happening. Let's do latest. Texans number 2 pick. Let's see. No, it's all about CJ Stroud and Bryce Young so far. But I don't know. Yeah, CJ Stroud again. CJ Stroud. I'm just more looking for like what we could expect coming up here to kind of look ahead to see what might happen. Um, because it is definitely really boring trying to fill time while waiting in between these picks because they take so long and they do hit commercial breaks too. So, we'll see. It looks like they're about to go to commercial break as the Arizona Cardinals still remain on the clock here, even though the NFL Network thing doesn't say it. NFL.com draft tracker says it. What is this? It says, this guy, Benjamin Solak, said, I'm fascinated to see what the Texans say after they take C.J. Stroud second overall. From what I understand, he was not the second-ranked QB on the front office's board. That was Will Levis. Very much seems like to me ownership stepped in and took over the controls. And then Ross Tucker responded with, that's not good, but also problematic that Ben would evidently know about the Texans QB board before the draft. I mean, some people think they know everything. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like I do. I'm just saying stuff that I'm hearing, not making it out like, no, this is actually going to happen or this is actually happening. I mean, again, we'll have to see here. But, yeah, they're at commercial. The Cardinals, or no, they're not. The Cardinals have a minute and a half to make the pick. So it's probably going to come up soon because you don't want to run out because then you have to – I don't think you forfeit that pick. I just think the team ahead of you jumps you and then you pick behind them. So I don't think the Cardinals want that. I've never seen that. I know the Vikings did it like 2002, and it ended up helping them anyway because they got one of the Williams that helped them out back in the day. But, yeah, there's nothing on Twitter right now about like, oh, this could happen, this, that, and the other. So very underwhelming. I thought Twitter would help me out here. Okay, the Arizona Cardinals have traded their number 3 overall pick to the Texans are back on the clock. Holy crap. Okay, wait a minute. So the Texans just picked C.J. Stroud. Cardinals were on the clock, and now they traded that pick to the Texans, which means the Cardinals get didn't the Cardinal or the Texans have another pick? They get the number 12 pick from Houston, I would assume. So the Texans are back on the clock. Or no, I'm sorry, the pick is in now. So we go from them picking C.J. Stroud to could this be a wide receiver or running back that they so desperately need in Houston? Things just got interesting. The Texans picking back-to-back after trading with the Arizona Cardinals. They haven't shown the details of the trade, but like I said, I'm assuming the Texans get this number 3 pick and the Cardinals get the Texans' other pick, which would have been number 12. But this is interesting that the Texans, who just picked their franchise QB, are picking back up or moved up, and now we're going to get to see who they decide to follow C.J. Stroud, and that would lead me to believe that the Indianapolis Colts will now be on the clock, and they're a quarterback needy team. So things are getting interesting early. We thought that the Houston Texans would trade this pick, or not the Houston Texans, the Arizona Cardinals would trade this pick, and they have. I just didn't think it would be with the Houston Texans because they already picked. But again, we're in for just a shocker of a night. We really, really are. Still a long way to go. We're only 38 minutes into this live stream, and we're only in the number 3 pick. But I can assure you we're going to stay until the end, that being the 31st pick, and just kind of go through it. Here we go. The Texans are about to make their second straight selection, a pick after picking C.J. Stroud, number 2. They trade back up from 12 to 3 with the Cardinals. They're about to make their second straight selection, and the Colts are on the clock. Let me listen to Roger Goodell, and I will get back to you in a second. Oh, they go defense. Okay, so the Texans get Will Anderson Jr., the edge rusher from Alabama. That's interesting to go offense first, get your quarterback, and then to go and get a defensive player because, again, like them needing a superstar on offense, they need that star on defense, and Willie Anderson can definitely be it. So the Texans have had 2 of the 3 picks so far back-to-back, Stroud at 2, Anderson at 3, and then, of course, we had Bryce Young picked at number 1 to the Carolina Panthers. Interesting strategy by the Houston Texans here. Maybe they saw that the Colts, who were now on the clock at number 4. Maybe they saw that the Colts were interested and wanted to jump their division rival. You see that a lot, especially, like I said, the Texans did need a defensive player. So this helps, especially a pass rusher. They really haven't had a solidified pass rusher since J.J. Watt left there. So, yeah, the Texans with back-to-back, I think, good picks here. Again, Stroud might be a little bit of work because of how bad the Texans are overall. But that Willie Anderson pick, man, that could definitely spark a defense. They'll still have to build around him. Obviously, Willie Anderson isn't just going to change the defense overnight for the Texans, but it's a good start. So yeah, let's see. We've had the number 1 rated prospect, Bryce Young, go off the board. The number 3 rated prospect, Will Anderson, go off the board. Both of them went at 1 and 3 where they're ranked. And we've had C.J. Stroud, who was the number 6 rated prospect, go number 2. So even for the Texans, it wasn't that much of a reach on C.J. Stroud. So, yeah, interesting so far. Now I'm interested to see who the Colts are going to pick because it says here their major needs are corner, quarterback, and O-line. It says the QB void has been discussed. It's there and it's real, but how the Colts go about landing their QB and taking care of some of their clearer needs will be fascinating. The trade of Stephon Gilmore leaves Indianapolis lacking experience at corner. Offensive line, despite it being a well-paid group in Indy, remains in need. After free agency, the Colts could also use another receiver. Yeah, we could see a receiver go off the board here too. I didn't really think about that. The receivers they have now haven't really lived up to the hype that we thought they were going to. So the Colts are on the clock. Texans draft party looks happy. I mean, why not? You got 2 of the first 3 picks, and you don't really. I mean, I don't want to say they didn't miss because again, we don't know how it's going to turn out. But on paper, these seem really, really good. So yeah. So that was the first trade we had tonight. Let me see if I was right. Yes, the Arizona Cardinals did get the Texans' 12th overall pick because the Texans had more than 1 pick in the first round here, the 3rd or the 2nd and the 12th. But since the Cardinals traded their 3rd overall pick, they move down to 12 and flip-flop with the Texans when it comes to draft picks. So no, it was not the Tennessee Titans like we all expected. But like I said, when C.J. Stroud went off the board to the Texans, you kind of think maybe the Titans were like, all right, so our guy's not there. We'll see what happens by the time we get to 11 because really Will Levis could still go here to the Colts because, I mean, you look at who's up before you get to the Titans at 11. Colts are 4, Seahawks are 5. And the Seahawks, you can say, may need a quarterback, but they just re-signed Geno Smith, so I guess they're going to go with him until that he shows that he's not going to do anything. And they only got this pick from the Russell Wilson trade. Then we have the Lions at number 6. This was the pick that they got from the Matthew Stafford trade. They're really super quarterback needy. Jared Goff had a good year. Their offense looks to be really good. I think they're going to go defense here because their defense needs to really get revamped. Then we have the Raiders, who don't need a quarterback. They just got Garoppolo. The Falcons seem to be sticking with Desmond Ritter. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. But the first 3 picks, Young to the Panthers, Stroud to the Texans, and then the Cardinals traded their 3rd overall pick to the Texans, who then got Willie Anderson. So they get offense and defense in back-to-back picks, while the Cardinals moved down to the 12th overall pick, which was the 2nd pick originally for the Houston Texans. It says here the Colts pick is in, so we will be getting their pick very soon as the Seahawks now are on the clock. Again, with the Colts, it can be one of many things here: quarterback, receiver, corner, O-line. Again, could this be Will Levis? I don't know. He's in mock drafts I've seen, they said that he could go to the Colts. And I mean, with basically what people would say are the top 2 quarterbacks off the board already, that might be the way the Colts go. But at the same point in time, there's other needs that they have. But to be honest, quarterback might be the biggest need. I mean, they got a nice running back. I mean, when healthy, their offensive line is pretty good. Their defense is, solid in a lot of places. They do need receivers. They do have a drop problem when it comes to their receivers. But I think everything won't be able to turn around for the Colts if they don't go quarterback here. And of course, remember the last time they went quarterback in the first round, it was Andrew Luck, first overall in 2012. Now they have the number 4 pick, so this could be very, very interesting here, as Will Levis just kind of fits what the Colts look for. You know, when you look at when they drafted Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck, more not necessarily pocket passers, but your pure passer. So this could be interesting. So now I'm gonna turn my TV up and I'm gonna be quiet for a minute and let Roger Goodell announce the pick. Here we go. Let's see. Colts selection number 4. Oh, it's Anthony Richardson from Florida going in number 4. Wow. To be honest, that's surprising. I mean, I thought the Colts might take a QB here, but I really thought it'd be Will Levis. Anthony Richardson at number 4. Wow, I thought he might have been maybe a little later. Like, I mean, he seems like he would fit the Titans more than he would fit the Colts, but I don't know. Again, I don't know. Obviously, this was the guy the Colts wanted, or at least maybe he was on the, because I know they were also interested in C.J. Stroud, but the Texans got him. So yeah, I was right about the Colts getting a quarterback. I was just wrong about who it was. I'm surprised to hear his name this early. I know at Florida he was very electric, and I think he's going to get treated like a lot of these mobile quarterbacks that come out of college, say, oh, he's not fit for the NFL, his style, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But I hope he does what quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts have done, and even ones like Josh Allen, even though Josh Allen, I think the main thing with him was he's not so accurate. He doesn't really get pelted on like Lamar and Jalen do for running so much, which is weird because I feel like of the 3, Josh Allen is the most aggressive runner when you talk about between him. Like Lamar is just fast. Jalen, he's very, athletic and stealthy. Josh Allen's not really fast. He just, knows how to run into you. So if there's anybody who would be more prone to take a hit from running, it would be Josh Allen. But yeah, Anthony Richardson, nice athlete. I remember people in Florida being excited about him, or at least fans of Florida. So yeah, interesting by the Colts here. Let me see what you guys think. Do you think this was a reach here by the Colts at number 4? Do you think he would have been there later? Granted, this is their only pick of the first round, at least for now. Like I said, a trade just happened between the Cardinals and the Texans at number 3. So Colts can always trade back in again. We've seen that before with other teams. But yeah, this was not what I was expecting. But again, the Colts needed a QB, so this could definitely be a start for them. As for if he'll start day 1, I don't know. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the Colts roster. It's not Matt Ryan, obviously. I think he's off. I think Nick Foles is off the roster. So Sam Ellinger, Anthony Richardson. Who are you starting week 1? I mean, I guess Richardson. So yeah, but again, you never know. He's the number 4 pick, not the number 1 or number 2 pick. So you don't necessarily have to start him right away. But I feel like the Colts have no other choice. Like if Matt Ryan or Nick Foles was still on the roster, I would say start them first. And if by like week 2, it's not doing anything, then yeah, put Anthony Richardson in there. But I think the Colts will have to start him week 1. Where was he ranked? I got the top 100 over here. Let's see. Where was he ranked at? Let's see. We're at 16 already, and I do not see him. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I still do not see him. I might have passed him. I'm just kind of zipping through this. Yeah, there's no way I didn't pass him already because we are at 41, and I do not see Anthony Richardson's name. I see Hendon Hooker. I don't think he's going to go in this round. He might go second or third round. But, let's see. Maybe – oh, he is. Okay, he's 11. So he was a top 15 prospect. But I don't think anybody was really expecting him to go top 5. As it says here, Richardson oozes ability. His highlight reel from his lone season as a starter rivals any you'll see from a college prospect. He's still a project, though, and finished with an 80.1 overall grade this past season. That is the thing. Only 1 season as a starter in college doesn't really bode well. I mean, when we talk about ones that I think will always get talked about being, the 1-year starter in college right into the NFL, I think Akili Smith pops into your mind. I'm not calling Anthony Richardson the next Akili Smith. I'm just saying this is like where everybody would go because Akili Smith had a really good year in the 1 year he started with Oregon. and then he went to the NFL with Cincinnati, and it was like he just completely forgot how to play football. So that is probably the main concern here with Richardson, is the experience as a starter. Only 1 year at the college level. Granted, he did it in the toughest division in college, which is the SEC. But again, I think Florida only went like 7-6. But again, too, you don't have to be a winner to succeed in the NFL draft. Patrick Mahomes didn't win a lot in college, and look at him now, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 3-time AFC champion, 2-time MVP, 2-time Super Bowl MVP. He's accomplished a lot despite playing for Texas Tech, which, yeah, is known more for their offense, but they're lucky if they can get to 8 wins in a season. So the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. This is the pick they got from the Russell Wilson trade with Denver. So really this should be Denver, but it's not. The Seahawks have 2 minutes to make their pick. So recapping, for those of you that missed the first 4 picks, Bryce Young went first overall to the Panthers. Then we had another quarterback, C.J. Stroud, go to the Texans. And then the Cardinals traded the number 3 pick to the Texans. They moved down to 12, while the Texans have moved up to 3. And the Texans, after, solidifying their quarterback position with and getting offense, they decided, let's go defense and get Willie Anderson Jr. from Alabama. So 2 of the first 4 picks are Alabama. 3 of the first 4 picks are from the SEC, as Anthony Richardson gets chosen by the Colts from Florida. And 3 of the first 4 picks are quarterbacks. So, yeah, things are already interesting, and we're not even on pick number 5 yet. They are on commercial, so it's going to take a minute for the pick to be announced, even though the Seahawks only have 1 minute and 15 seconds left to make their pick. It's probably going to say pick is in, and then we're going to have to wait a minute for these commercials to play. So I'm going to flip over to the O's game. How are they doing? They still losing? It's 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. They're still losing. It was 3-0 last time I checked. Oh yeah, that's right. The rookie Joey Ortiz, first major league hit was a 2 RBI single. So, yeah, that's how we got those 2 runs. So, yeah, very early on, we're just seeing craziness with this draft. Yeah, the Seahawks pick is in, but again, they're still on commercials, so it might take a minute for them to come in here. Now with the Seahawks, let's see, because I like this little website here because it tells you what the Seahawks need, as the Detroit Lions are now on the clock. If this arrow would work, I don't know why it's doing this, but the Seahawks, a lot of people might say, oh, they need a quarterback too, but they just re-signed Geno Smith, so I think they're going to stick. It says here their top needs are D-line, wide receiver, and offensive line. It says the need for a third receiver behind DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett still looms. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You definitely do need depth there, even though you do have a nice 1-2 punch. It says also there is room for upgrades off the edge on defense and on the interior of both the offense and defensive lines. Yeah, the offensive line is really, ever since I've started watching football, mostly been a problem for the Seahawks. And the defense, yeah, the defensive line didn't really show up last year, did it? It was kind of, yeah, most of the time their offense carried them. I mean, they started 6-2 and finished 9-8, so they had like a collapse toward the end. They still made the playoffs, but to everyone's surprise. But we knew that when they got there, they weren't going to beat the 49ers. But yeah, so that's what the Seahawks need. Now the Detroit Lions are on the clock. This could be another interesting one. It says here they need D-line, corner, and tight end. I mean, I guess after you traded T.J. Hockenson away, you're in need of that. Now they could get Dalton Kincaid, the Lions. That could definitely be a thing for them. Either Kincaid or Meyer, the tight end from Notre Dame, could be there. But I think if you're the Lions, you need to focus on that defense because, yeah, your offense was fine for the most part last year. You needed to fix that defense, which is just, I mean, I know you got Aiden Hutchinson out there, but that's not going to help you in the long run. You need depth there. So Seahawks pick is in. Seahawks selection. Here we go. Roger Goodell's coming out. The number 5 pick in the NFL draft is about to be announced. We'll see who it is. Will this be a defensive player or an offensive player? They're announcing it now. Okay, so they get the top corner in the draft, Devin Witherspoon from Illinois. Again, that was one of their team needs. I believe when we looked at it, it said they needed a corner. So it's a move that makes sense for the Seahawks. I mean, again, ever since the Legion of Boom, they've been kind of lacking there. So yeah, the second defensive pick we've seen, the first that is a corner, and like I said, he was the top corner prospect heading into this draft. It says Witherspoon produced one of the best seasons we've ever graded at a corner position. He was targeted 63 times in 2022 and allowed only 22 catches for 206 yards with 3 picks and 14 pass breakups. That comes out to 3.3 yards per target. He's one of the feistiest corners in the class. So here we go. Now we're getting to the Detroit Lions, who, like I mentioned, I think need to focus on defense. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they went tight end to get like a Dalton Kincaid to kind of replace the hole that you left when you traded TJ Hawkinson away. Because the only reason they did that, they started 1-6. They really weren't expecting to compete. And then all of a sudden they win 8 of their last 10 and they finished 9-8, barely missing the playoffs. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we don't need to do that anymore. We need to, start focusing on getting players that are going to help us win. So yeah, the Witherspoon's coming out there now to accept the jersey from Roger Goodell. So again, it's going to be a minute before we get the pick from the Detroit Lions. But let's talk about these other teams that are coming up too with the Lions on the clock while we wait. We have the Las Vegas Raiders. This could be interesting to see what they do because they got a quarterback. It says here they also need a corner, O-line, and D-line. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess quarterback pressure, quarterback sacks have been a problem for them defensively the past couple of years and whatnot. So, yeah, and we've seen Jimmy Garoppolo succeeds when you give him time to throw the football. I mean, that was basically San Francisco's, main way of using Jimmy Garoppolo was to have him be a game manager. And if he can't do that, he's getting sacked all the time, then what good is it? The Atlanta Falcons, says here they need a D-line, corner, and wide receiver. I mean, yeah, you have a young Desmond Ridder. The only receiver on their roster, I guess they really have is what was his name? The rookie from last year. I can't remember his name for whatever reason. And I mean, I guess you got Kyle Pitts, but he's been kind of underwhelming. But yeah, they also had the lowest sack percentage of any defense last year at 3.6, and the second lowest quarterback pressure rate at 22%. So again, that might be a team where I say focus on defense. You know what you got offensively so far. Figure out the defense because I know they did get Calais Campbell, I believe, so that's a start. But he's only got like a year, maybe 2 left before he's going to retire. I think I was kind of surprised he picked the Falcons because you think this late in his career he'd want to pick a team that's going to compete for a Super Bowl. Like I understand why the Ravens cut him. We needed cap room, and with him getting older, it was like, we had guys that stepped up in that position last year, like Broderick Washington and all that stuff. So, it's no big deal. It's fine. It is what it is. I was kind of hoping the Ravens would get rid of him this offseason because he's just getting up there in age and, frankly, was not staying healthy anymore. The Bears, they're number 9. They were originally at number 1. It says here they need a D-line, O-line, and corner. I think they might go O-line here because if they're truly thinking about building around Justin Fields, you already got him DJ Moore. Now, you might need to get him another receiver or two, but you got good running backs. You got Justin Fields, who we've seen can be very explosive, but when he only has like 2 seconds to throw the ball, then that's a problem. So we could see someone like Peter Skrzynski here. He could go to the Bears, or maybe we get where was it? There was another offensive lineman that could have went here. Paris Johnson from Ohio State, he could go there. So that's interesting for the Bears because again, I think if they're going to continue focusing building the team around Justin Fields, then they need to go offense. The Eagles, they got this number 10 pick from the Saints, and I don't remember for what trade that was for. But yeah, they just made the Super Bowl, so it really only says they need D-line and running back, which is weird because don't they usually do like a running back by committee in the first place? I think that's like their thing. But I don't know. Maybe they get Bijan. I don't know. There's rumors again that they're going to trade for Derrick Henry tonight. But maybe they get Bijan. Sorry if I'm saying his name wrong. Maybe they get Robinson from Texas. That would be a big upgrade for them. And then, of course, the Tennessee Titans pick at number 11. It's going to be interesting to see where they go because they could go quarterback here. This could be where Will Levis goes with, Stroud, Young, and Richardson off the board and Tannehill in the last year of his contract. And it doesn't really seem like they're all that confident in Bryce Young. Oh, there was a trade. The Arizona Cardinals have traded back up into the number 6 spot, and the Detroit Lions trade down to number 12, which originally is where the Texans were before they made that trade with the Cardinals for the number 3 pick, moving the Cardinals down to 12. And now the Cardinals decide to move back up to 6 while the Lions fall to 12. So again, we're getting some more movement here. This is the Cardinals' first pick of the day. D-line, O-line, and corner. Those are the 3 needs according to NFL Draft Tracker here. Yeah, you are losing a pass rusher in J.J. Watt to retirement. Corner, yeah, they're not really an O-line. That was probably the one reason Kyler Murray got hurt last year, that O-line. He was running around a lot. This could be where they go. I think they go O-line here. Could this be the guy from Alabama or the guy from Northwestern? We'll see here. They could throw a curveball here, but their commercial says the pick is in. So when they come off commercial, they should go right into the pick, which they are back from commercial. So very soon, as the now Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock, we will see who the Arizona Cardinals pick at number 6. Again, they can go any which way here, but a team that's kind of not necessarily rebuilding, but trying to, I guess, just revamp itself, turn itself around, could really do something interesting right here. So Cardinals made their pick. Their war room is clapping and getting ready to have the pick announced. So they seem really happy about this. These guys are like high-fiving and hugging each other, and you can hear them going, yeah, cheering. So obviously they're very happy with whoever this is going to be here. Yeah, Roger Goodell should be walking out right about now, maybe. I don't know. They keep showing different camera angles, but they always show Roger Goodell walking out at like the last second. Um, so, yeah, and a little bit we will get to the Cardinals' number 6 pick as they trade back up in the draft after trading down originally. Here we go. Roger Goodell is out, and here we go with the number 6 selection. Again, they're announcing it now, so. Yep, it's Paris Johnson Jr., the tackle from Ohio State. I said it's probably going to be Peter Skrininski or Paris Johnson Jr., and Paris Johnson Jr. is the first offensive lineman off the clock today. Again, this is a need for Arizona. So far, I think the only one that I haven't really questioned, the one that I've been like really surprised with, is Anthony Richardson going to the Colts at number 4. Other than that, these picks like Bryce Young and Stroud going 1 and 2, and even Willie Anderson going number 3, Witherspoon going 5, and Johnson going now haven't been surprising. It's been weird because of all the trades taking place, but there hasn't been one surprise. So now we have the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock, and we'll see what they decide to do. I think they could go O-line here too, but who knows? Maybe with the whole Josh Jacobs thing taking place, maybe this is where Robinson goes to Texas. To Texas. They don't have John Gruden running the draft room, so it's probably not going to be something stupid. But hold on, I have to use the bathroom and fill up my water. I will be right back. Ugh, sorry about that. I'm back. I just had to use the bathroom and also fill up my water with water from the sink. Not don't no. All right. So again, where were we? Oh yeah, the Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock. The Cardinals traded back up to get Paris Johnson at 6. So yeah, again, things haven't been too chaotic. There's been a couple trades, but Anthony Richardson has been the only surprise so far. Um, okay, Ian Rappaport's on the TV. What does this mean? Oh, they're just talking about the Cardinals, how they traded twice already. They traded down from 3 to 12 and back up from 12 to 6. Um, so yeah, so far so good. How are the Orioles doing? I want to keep track of that too. Oh, that could be good or bad. We okay, they're losing 4-2. Still not a big deficit. We almost came back and beat Boston that one night after it being 8-1 in the ninth inning. So there's always a possibility there. So yeah, just waiting for the Las Vegas Raiders pick at number 7, and we'll take it from there. The Orioles do have runners on first and or second and third, and nobody out, so they could tie it right here, depending on what Ortiz can do. Ortiz already has 2 RBIs. Does he have 2 more in him? The rookie making his first start, 1 for 2 with a 2 RBI single. So yeah, this could be interesting for the Orioles as well. We're watching an interesting draft. I'm seeing this interesting game going on here with the Orioles and the Tigers. But again, we're waiting for the Las Vegas Raiders as that's not their word. Oh, that is the Raiders. It seems like they're still figuring it out. But again, we'll see. We will see. Now, as for who I think they could pick here, corner, O line, D line. Well, Paris Johnson Jr. was just off the board, and I think again the Cardinals did that because they know they needed an O line, and the Raiders needed an O line, so they jumped up. But this could be the guy from Northwestern, Peter Skrenensky, or this. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. This could be Christian Gonzalez from Oregon here. They could get an edge rusher to help the pass rush that's been so non-existent for them the past like 5 years. Really, I mean, it's been terrible for the Raiders recently when it comes to pass rush. That's just yeah, but they have 3 minutes left to make their pick. They were 6-11 last year. Why did I think they were 7-10? There might have been a game that they blew that they should have won, but yeah, it was their first season fully without John Gruden after the whole debacle that went down. Yeah, it was Josh McDaniels, so that's why they failed so much. All right, the Oakland Raiders pick is in. We will be getting it very soon, and the Atlanta Falcons are now on the clock here at number 8. So will it be offense or defense for the, I almost called them Oakland Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders? I'm still not used to that. So, yeah. I should probably move my tripod. It's kind of in the way. I have my tripod for when I record videos. It's just kind of like sitting here. My TV's right here. I mean, the tripod's low enough I can see the TV and whatever, but I should probably move it because, well, that would probably make things better. How was it in-play outs and no runs with runners on first or second and third? McKenna to second, Frazier to third. Ortiz out on a sacrifice fly, center field. Adam Frazier scores. Oh, okay, no, so we did get a run. It's 4-3. Okay, and the runners advance. That's cool. That's cool. See, the Orioles aren't out of it. The Orioles are doing their best. Joey Ortiz, though, has all 3 of the RBIs tonight for the Orioles. The rookie in his first career start. Have yourself a day, young wing. Anyway, Raiders, just waiting for them to say selection so that way I can turn the TV back up and talk about their pick before we get back into it. As, again, they need probably more defense than offense at this point. Release Derek Carr in February. Yeah, we know that. He's a New Orleans Saint now. Let's get on with it here. I think after the top 10 is when they should start going rapid fire, like, oh, the top 10 picks. But then after that, it's like, all right, we can start to speed it up a little bit because this is just getting ridiculous. I've been doing this for an hour and almost 10 minutes, and we're only on pick number 8. I mean, I started 5 minutes early, but the draft was supposed to start at 8, and they didn't announce the first pick until like 8:10. So yeah, just waiting for them to make the selection. The pick is currently in, so in play triples. Yes, the Orioles took the lead, 5-4. Cedric Mullins with a 2 RBI triple. Or no, it's only one. It's only one run. Okay, well they tied in at 4. I guess that's good too. So yeah, the comeback Orioles doing their thing again, and there's still only 1 out in the inning and a runner on third. So the Orioles could take the lead with Adley Rutschman coming up. The Orioles tend to do this. Here we go, Raiders selection. I'm going to shut up now about the Orioles, and I'm also going to shut up because Roger Goodell's about to make the pick. So here we go. Oh, Tyree Wilson. This guy's not even on the, is he? Tyree Evans. Wow, this guy's not even, okay. So it seems like this is a reach from the Raiders. I don't know. One of the guys I'm surprised is still here is the Maryland Deontay Banks because, well, the Orioles took the lead. Sorry. Yeah, I thought maybe they'd go corner here, but they decided to go with Tyree Wilson, an edge rusher out of Texas Tech, who I didn't see. Oh, it was a sacrifice fly. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, this is probably the first reach that we have other than Anthony Richardson. I don't really think it was that much of a reach. I mean, every team has different scouting on players, so it's kind of just like, we only see we look at the top 25 and we go, oh, if this player's not in it and they get picked in the first round, it's a reach. But we don't know. This could be the steal of the draft. I mean, this guy's an edge rusher, so it is a need that the Raiders needed. It's not like they just picked some random position that they don't need at all. So, I mean, at least you can say that about it. But it's interesting. So now the Atlanta Falcons still on the clock here at number 8. We're going to see what happens there. I might have been a wild pitch. Anyway, sorry, I'm still focusing on the Orioles game too. I'm interested because I'm going to flip there real quick because it's like 3-2, nobody on, 2 out. Okay, so it was Zach. So we did take the lead 5-4. Yeah, that one was surprising. Tyree Wilson to the Raiders, edge, Texas Tech. Not even, from what I've been seeing, in the top 20, and he goes at number 7. But this is something the Raiders have a history of doing. So at the same point in time, you're not kind of really fully surprised at all. We'll see what the Atlanta Falcons need. Again, it says that they need defensive line, corner, and wide receiver. I think this one's tough. Could this be when we get a wide receiver off the board? This could be it. Could they pair up Jackson Smith Jibba with why am I forgetting that wide receiver's name they drafted? Drake London. That's it. I couldn't think of the name. Are they going to find someone to pair up with Drake London, or could this be maybe by John Robinson? Maybe they don't need a running back, but it could definitely help them with the type of offense that they run. The only other corner I could really see them taking is either Christian Gonzalez from Oregon or Deontay Banks from Maryland could make sense for them. They're getting someone with speed in that case. So it could be interesting. Their pick is in now. They're at commercial break, so we're not going to get anything until they are off of commercial break. But, yeah, I think this could me being a Maryland fan, I hope this is Deontay Banks. I really hope it is because I want him to be the first, well, technically actually the second corner off the board because Devin Witherspoon of Illinois did go number 5. So, let's show some love to Deontay Banks. He deserves this. He's 18th in the top 100 power rankings, but I don't think this would be a reach at all by the Atlanta Falcons. I think they will be getting a good piece. I mean, this is a corner, and he plays in a division in college football in the Big Ten that is known for offense. So, and I mean, Maryland didn't necessarily have a great defense last year. There was some games where they were good. I mean, that bowl game last year, against Virginia Tech. They were really good in that bowl game, and Banks was one of the reasons. I mean, Virginia Tech couldn't pass on Maryland that whole entire game. I mean, obviously, when you look at when they played Ohio State and Michigan, they struggled a bit, but those were still close games. Though Maryland barely lost those games. But or Penn State, they did get the snot kicked out of them by Penn State. But yeah, again, I hope Deontay Banks goes here because I have Maryland Terrapin pride, and I want to see. It's been a while since a Terrapin's gone first round. What was the Packers chose that guy a couple years ago. I can't remember who it was. He was Maryland, but for whatever reason, it's escaping me. Holy crap, the Orioles got more runs. They already took a 5-4 lead. This could be, it is a home run. Anthony Santander makes it 7-4 Orioles in the top of the 7th inning. Not that anybody cares. You're here for football and the draft, but I'm also paying attention to the Orioles game because they're playing well, and they were down 4-2 entering the top of the 7th to the Tigers, and now they're up 7-4 in the top of the 7th. So they just keep things going. Good job, O's. Let's get to 17-8. 17-8. I can't believe I'm saying that as a possibility for the Orioles. That is just, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the baseball season so far. Because last year, when the draft was around, the Orioles were 8-16, and I'm like, whatever, I'm just going to pay attention to the draft. I don't care about the Orioles game. Now it's a little different. Now it is a little different because the Orioles just decided toward the end of the year that they were going to be good again. And going into this year, they've been good again. Still good, I should say. But yeah, okay, they're making I figured Detroit would make a pitching change. This inning's been going on for way too long. So again, let me check Twitter to see if there's anything manifesting because again, we still have yet to hear of anything about DeAndre Hopkins and what ever's going to go on with that. Wow. Why did Drew retweet Lamar's March 27th tweet about him asking for a trade on March 2nd? Like, okay, we get it. It's done and over with. Lamar has a contract. Jesus. Oh, Tom Brady congratulated him. That's cool. I hate you, Tom Brady, but it's pretty cool. I mean, I know he was one of the ones who was praising Lamar, so it's not a surprise that he's congratulating Lamar on getting the current biggest contract in NFL history by any player. Let's see. Oh, that's funny too, because this guy says, got to give a big shout out to Axon Jackson's mother, Mama Jackson. Congrats. And Lamar Jackson responded with my agent 100. That's fun. You always like to see a son and his mother be able to bond. And I don't really, would his mother have done that much negotiating though? I mean, this is his money. So maybe anyway, the Falcons are going to make their selection. They have guests out there, so it's not Roger Goodell making the pick, but nonetheless, they're about to make their pick. So I'm just going to turn this up and I'm going to be quiet for a second while they make this pick. I just saw something on Twitter. Not going to say it, but this could be one of the people I said. This could be one of the people. I could have nailed this right on the head here. Just think of a running back that has been being talked about this whole draft. I just saw a tweet that said that the Falcons picked this guy, which isn't official yet because they still haven't made the selection, but that could have been somebody who works with the Falcons that already knows the picks. So, again, we'll see here. They're about to announce it. They got the special guest coming up. He's hyping up the crowd because that's just what you do, I guess. Here we go. Bears on the clock now, by the way. It is Bijan Robinson. Oh, sorry, I hit my desk. Bijan Robinson, the running back from Texas, goes in the top 10. It was a question as to where he was going to go. And you know what? I think this is a perfect fit for the Atlanta Falcons because they run the ball. And even with Desmond Ridder taking over as their quarterback, he can run a little too. So this adds to an already great run game. And you're probably getting a guy who can carry the load for you offensively when it comes to running the football because they didn't necessarily have a running back by committee. They have Cordero Patterson, who naturally is a wide receiver, but he's been playing running back the past few years and been doing fine with it. And then they had guys like Aguilar going out there last year. Or not Aguilar. Algier is how you say it. He did fine. So it's not like the Falcons didn't have running backs, but this could be really, really dangerous for them considering the offense that they run. Perfect fit, even though running back wasn't their main need. Now, it's sad it wasn't Deontay Banks from Maryland, but again, we might be getting there. Let's see. Chicago Bears on the clock. We all know they originally had the number 1 pick, but traded it to the Panthers for DJ Moore, and in exchange, they also got the Panthers' original pick here at number 9. Here it says the Bears need D-line, O-line, and corner. So yeah, we could see Deontay Banks go here. We could. Again, I'm gonna go out on that off on that all night until he gets picked because Maryland Terrapin pride. But but O-line I think is where they should go because it was atrocious last year for Justin Fields. Let me tell you. I mean, we all saw it. We all did see it. I think Skronowski is still out there for Northwestern. He was number 5 prospect here by PFF out of 100. So it's kind of surprising here at number 9 that he's still there. Maybe this is the guy the Bears go with since Paris Johnson is off the board. But we're getting to almost being out of the top 10. Bears on the clock, and then the Eagles are next, and then we hit the Tennessee Titans, and that could be interesting because they might take a quarterback there. And we have the Detroit Lions, who originally were the number 6 pick they got from the Stafford trade, but traded down with the Cardinals to get the number 12 pick. So we'll see where they go. I still think they might go tight end here with Dalton Kincaid to fill the void of TJ Hawkinson not being there. But, again, they desperately need to upgrade their defense. And I forgot the Packers at 13. They actually got that pick from the Jets. They just swapped. Packers go from 15 to 13. Jets go from 13 to 15. That was because the Aaron Rodgers trade was made officially official a couple days ago, actually, as where we're talking about this. That was pretty interesting. It's very ironic because if you remember when Brett Favre retired and then came back and he was still in the Packers, he got traded to the Jets. Now, he only lasted 1 year in New York. They started 8-3, missed the playoffs at 9-7, and he was out, retired again, came back, and then joined the Vikings. So Vikings fans are probably like, oh, yeah, 2024, we're going to get Aaron Rodgers. If he does that, then I swear him and Brett Favre were planning something. Like Brett was like, all right, I'm going to leave. And the teams I go to, those are the teams you're going to go to later in your career. Like, it would just be so weird. Could you imagine that? Aaron Rodgers leaving the Packers, going to the Jets, spending a year there, and then going and playing a year or two for the Vikings, just like Brett Favre did. It would be weird. It would. I would question if we were living in a simulation because there would be no way I would be seeing twice a legendary Packers quarterback go play for their rival in Minnesota. Like it would just be so weird if that happens. But yeah. The Eagles traded up to 9. They just flip-flop with the Bears. Bears now go down to 10, and the Eagles go up to 9, so they move up 1 spot. So it's the Eagles that are on the clock. Actually, their pick is in now, as it says here on the TV. So kind of a quick flip trade here. This could be interesting for the Eagles. Robinson is off the board. Not that they desperately need a running back, but I thought maybe that could be the way they go. It says here they do need, it does say they do need a running back and a D-line. NFC champs are short on glaring holes, but they could at least use more competition depth at safety and running back. Preparing for long-term future on the defensive line should be priority as well. So here we go. The defending NFC champs, will they go with offense here? Defense? I really don't know. What other running back besides Robinson? Yeah, there wouldn't really be any running back that you would want to take in the first round from here on out. I think Robinson was like the highly touted one, and all the other running backs are kind of just there. I mean, I can look. I think, this has prospects. Can we go by position? We cannot go by position. Okay, well, I thought maybe we could go by position here, but we cannot do that. So I don't know after Robinson who the next best running back in the draft is. But let's see, who is this? Kevin Durant. Congrats on one of the greatest. He was congratulating Bijan Robinson going to the Atlanta Falcons. Kevin Durant, the Phoenix Suns basketball player. Okay, are they going to be making the pick now? The Eagles? Yep, they are. Eagles selection coming right up right now. We'll see who they pick and how they're going to start improving their Super Bowl team. I really wish I was closer to my TV back here, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm in the back corner of my room. The TV's in the front corner, right by my bed. So here we go. Roger Goodell coming out about to announce the number 9 pick, originally by the Bears. They trade down one spot with the Eagles, and the Eagles move up. So here we go. Eagles have selected. Oh, Jalen Carter. The defensive tackle from Georgia, the number 2 prospect on PFF's top 100. I can't remember who was that Georgia player that got in that accident and everybody said he was going to fall. I thought it was Carter, but I could be wrong there. But yeah, Jalen Carter, the number 2 prospect, falling to number 9. Again, I don't really think the Eagles needed to jump up a spot. I don't think the Bears were going to pick this guy, obviously, or else they wouldn't have made this trade with the Eagles. But hey, I guess they got their man, and they wanted to make sure they got their man. So yeah, interesting pick. The Eagles go defense, but again, they did say in the thing that the Eagles needed help to get more depth on the offensive line, and Carter could be a starter. So yeah, again, so far, I think the only surprises is Tyree Wilson, edge rusher, Texas Tech, going to the Raiders, and Anthony Richardson, quarterback, Florida, going number 4 to Indianapolis. I don't really think a lot of people had him going that high, but again, we'll see. I'll talk about it at the end. What I think are the worst picks of the night. What I think could be some steals tonight, because you always see these players that are projected top 10 that sometimes fall in the 20s for like the stupidest of reasons. I don't know, but yeah, we're now on pick number 10. The Bears back on the clock. They had the number 9 pick, traded down one more spot. So Bears fans, it's okay, because they were probably excited they had the number 1 pick, traded it away, and they're like, all right, we're up. And then they're like, oh, we got to wait another pick. Dang it. So how do you think I feel? Ravens are picking 22nd, and they might not even use that pick tonight. So, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, Bears on the clock, and we'll see what that leads to later here. But there's still some interesting prospects on the board. Again, Skrenensky, the Northwestern tackle, he's on the board. He was ranked 5th out of 100 by PFF here. Grade-wise, Will Levis of Kentucky still on the board, although the next quarterback needy team is coming up at 11 with the Tennessee Titans. Could that be the way they go there? Jackson Smith-Jibba is still on the board from Ohio State. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah. Again, I think he might go at number 12 to the Detroit Lions. I don't know. I just have that feeling that the Lions are going to want to replace T.J. Hawkinson. Christian Gonzalez from Oregon is still out there. There's Nolan Smith. There is, let's see, Miles Murphy of Clemson is still there. He's projected 17th or ranked 17th, so we'll see. And Deonte Banks of Maryland. When is my boy Deonte Banks going to go? Where's he going to go? Please, Bears. I mean, I know you want to build around Justin Fields and might go offensive line here, but Deonte Banks would be a nice addition for you. I'm telling you that it will be. So, yeah, so far so good. We still got 22 picks to sit through here. Keep in mind, I've never done this before. Never gone live during the draft. I usually talk about it afterwards. I usually talk about the Ravens picks when they happen, and then kind of recap what happened. But Marlon Humphrey already on Twitter. Trade back or go corner, but got to take Zay if he there. Marlon, man. It's some good corners in this draft. Yeah, and only one of them's been taken so far. So how do you feel about that, Marlon? Urinating Tree said, why the fuck did the Falcons pick a running back? You had Tyler Algier emerge as a quality option. Because Bijan Robinson, man, I don't know. Look at the Ravens. They got J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards. You can't have too many running backs. As a society, how did we let the Eagles get Jalen Carter? Because we didn't trade up. I still don't know what we're doing tonight. We could trade up to 13 with Green Bay. We could trade out of the first round at 22 to get DeAndre Hopkins. There's a lot of options for the Ravens tonight. I'm waiting to see it. It's 9:30 at night, and we don't have a thing there. Yeah, people are here. Please trade for Hopkins. Yeah. Huh. Wow, that's cool too. For the first time in NFL history, 3 black QBs get picked in the top 5 picks for the NFL draft, with Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson. That's cool. That's really cool. Considering a lot of people thought Will Levis was going to go number 1. Let's see. What else do we have here? I'm just checking Twitter because sometimes something will pop up. This guy said if we get D-Hop, I'll take some shrooms tonight. I'm not condoning it. Maybe do weed. Weed might be a little bit better. But again, up to you. I'm not saying you should. It is not me condoning any of that. Let's see, what else do we have here? If I told you after the Broncos game that before the draft we would fire Roman, extend Lamar, trade for Hopkins, would you say I was playing Madden? Well, we haven't traded for Hopkins yet. 3 of those 4 things have happened. It started with Roman getting fired. That was cool. Okay, the Bears, the pick is in. Their pick will be getting called soon, which means the Tennessee Titans should be on the clock here. This is going to be interesting to see where the Bears go, because this could be offense. This could be because keep in mind, too, they're rebuilding their defense. They traded away Roquan Smith and Robert Quinn last year as well. Here we go. Bears selection here at number 10. Okay. Wow. Okay, so they do go offensive line. Darnell Wright from Tennessee, another one that I do not see in the top 25 prospects here. Oh, okay. Wait, no, yeah, there he is, number 22. So, okay, again, PFF thinks it's a little bit of a reach by the Chicago Bears, but they needed an offensive line. He did get picked before Broderick Jones, who's another one ahead of him. And the guy from Northwestern, man, he keeps falling. I don't know who this Peter Skrenensky is. PFF was high on him, number 5 out of 100, and he has yet to be picked as we are out of the top 10 and on to number 11. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. But yeah, I'm not surprised the Bears took an offensive lineman there. Again, we all saw how they played. Just type in Justin Fields highlights for the Bears, and you'll see how many times he was running around and just doing bullshit to try to bail his team out from just how bad that offensive line was. Like, my God, it's weird because they ran the ball really well. They just couldn't pass protect. I don't know, maybe it was the scheme or something, but it was like, ugh. Like, just watching the Bears offensive line made me sick, and I'm not even a Bears fan because I'm like, Justin Fields has an opportunity to be really good, and yet he can barely do anything before getting pressured. So, yeah. Tennessee Titans, the pick is in, but they did go to commercial, so it's going to be a little bit. But their pick is in, meaning the Detroit Lions are now back on the clock at number 12. That's going to be interesting there to see who the Detroit Lions pick. But with the Tennessee Titans, it says that their main needs are O-line and wide receiver. Yeah, I guess they do need a wide receiver. After trading A.J. Brown, they never really established that. I mean, they got Treylon Burks, but he didn't do anything, and they had Robert Woods, who was just kind of there. So, this could be Jackson Smith-Jigba here. This could be what's the other wide receiver's name? Where was he? This could be Jordan Addison. Maybe they reach to get Jordan Addison here. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if they're going to get Quentin Johnston. I feel like that would be the equivalent of getting another Treylon Burks. But my guess is this is either Addison or Smith-Jigba, and I'm going to guess it's going to be Jigba, because he's the higher rated prospect with probably more upside. I mean, 95 catches, 1,595 yards, and 9 touchdowns as a sophomore at Ohio State. So, yeah. It says he has uncoachable route running ability and ball skills that will always have a role in the NFL. Whereas when you look at the scouting report on Addison, it says he was a Blitnikoff Award winner with Pittsburgh in 2021 before transferring to USC. He's a crafty route runner with the kind of bend to run a full route tree. He caught 159 passes for 2,468 yards and 25 scores the past 2 seasons. Okay, so he's been doing pretty well too. I mean, it could be either one of these two, but I feel like I know that Tannehill's contract is up at the end of the year, and if they're really not high on Malik Willis, then they would pick a quarterback here like Will Levis. But at the same point in time, if you do want to give Malik Willis a shot, you got to give him people to throw to. And Smith Jibba or Addison would be a major upgrade over anything they have, because like I said, they just kind of traded A.J. Brown last year and didn't. I mean, I guess they took Traylon Burks later, but we've seen how that's turned out. Granted, they're probably, the Titans are probably turning into the Ravens, whereas they're not going to get a lot of wide receiver help right now, because I feel like, now that the Ravens have changed things and Roman's no longer there, wide receivers going to be like, oh, cool, a guy who uses a 4 wide receiver set. We're going to go there now because they want to throw it a little bit more. But with the Titans, it's the same boring, here's Derrick Henry up the middle, and we might throw 5-yard routes, and they don't have receivers that can really even catch the ball. So Tennessee could be in wide receiver hell, just like the Ravens are or were. I mean, the Titans are kind of in wide receiver hell right now, but we'll see. Mike Vrabel's clapping. The whole Tennessee room is clapping. Their pick is in, so that must mean that they are going to get the pick announced soon. Last year, they missed the playoffs. They had the collapse. Started, I think it was 7-3, finished 7-10 after Tannehill went down with an injury. Things just kind of struggled. They went 1-2 with Willis, and then they tried the whole Joshua Dobbs thing. That didn't necessarily work out. But yeah, I thought I saw tonight that like Fallout Boy and stuff was supposed to play. That was very interesting to me. Kansas City, that's a nice fountain. Where is that? It's got to be like downtown Kansas City or something. I was actually in Kansas City for a road trip back last February 2022. I didn't see Arrowhead, but I saw the Kansas City Royal Stadium. It actually looks pretty cool in person. Just kind of drove past it, but I saw it. It looked pretty cool. And Kansas City, some nice places there. We were actually there because there was a record store there and a like a comic book video game store there that we wanted to stop at. We were to road trip, me and my friends. So yeah, we got to explore the city a little bit, and it was nice. It was nice. I think we were more in Missouri than we were more in the outside of Kansas City area, but we were in there and whatnot. So yeah. Okay, I wish they would just announce the pick now. Wow, the Titans had the least amount of yards of any NFL team last year. I mean, I guess, yeah, they did have a lot of low-scoring games and relied heavily on Derrick Henry in the pass game. Let's see. Sooner or later, the selection will be announced. All right. Okay, so their pick is in. Detroit Lions on the clock. Here we go. Titans selection. Oh, okay. They get that offensive lineman from Northwestern, Peter Skoronski, the number 5 prospect by PFF, who's fallen to 11. Okay, so he finally gets picked. That's interesting. I mean, I guess they did need offensive line help too, but I really thought they would go like wide receiver here. So yeah, Will Levis still on the board. No, I do not want to install an update. Please leave me alone, computer. So Jackson Smith and Jibba is still on the board along with Russell. So we are still waiting for one of them two. The Detroit Lions, I don't know if they need a receiver. This we could see Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer, the tight end here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go corner. Could this be when Deonte Banks gets picked? Because again, the Lions really, really badly need defensive help. So yeah, that's why I knew the name. This guy, his father played football. I can't remember his father's name, but he played football too. I mean, see that now a lot. Yeah, he was with the Kansas City Chiefs. He played football there. So, yeah, I guess like father like son. It's like the Watts. You know how the Watts had their father play, and then or no, not the Watts. The Matthews. Sorry, Matthews. Clay Matthews Sr., Clay Matthews Jr., and no, yeah, and then Jake Matthews. So, yeah. Very good there. Ooh, the Orioles going to top of the ninth, up 7-4. They'll have an at bat, and then Detroit will have an at bat in the bottom of the ninth because they're playing in Detroit. Come on, Orioles. Let's make it 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 here. Okay, it's still the Titans. Is that him? Because he doesn't look happy that he fell to 11. He thought he was probably going to go top 5. But hey, he said that actually might be Will Levis. I don't know what Will Levis looks like. I'm actually gonna Google that. Does Will Levis have like orange hair? Hold on. Will Levis. Why did it take me to Yahoo? I didn't want to go to Yahoo. I wanted to go to Google. That is Will Levis that they are showing. Okay. So yeah, Will Levis doesn't look happy, probably because he thought maybe he was going to be the number 1 overall pick, and here he is at 11. The Detroit Lions pick is now in at number 12, and the Green Bay Packers are now officially on the clock. So the last 3 picks have been, I'm sorry, 3 of the last 4 picks here are now going to be NFC North, as here comes the Lions selection from Roger Goodell. Whoa! Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. Whoa. Okay, I mean, they did lose Jamal Williams, though. How did I not think of that? Jamal Williams went to the Saints in the offseason. So, yeah, wow. Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. That's an interesting pick. I thought the Lions would go defense here. I really did. Either that or tight end. And I was way wrong on that. Again, this guy wouldn't even, like, God, like I said, after Robinson, you have to go like way down to find, yeah, he's number 34. So he wasn't even projected to be a first rounder, but here he is, number 12. I mean, no wonder the Lions got him. He probably, no other team wanted him right now because they didn't deem him good enough. I don't know. But again, you can't really judge this pick too hard because we don't know how it's going to turn out. So now the Packers, they're keeping Jordan Love, so they're not going to pick a quarterback, which means Will Levis is still going to be on the. However, they did pick Jordan Love when Aaron Rodgers was still there. Maybe they'll do the same thing with Jordan Love. It says here they need wide receiver, tight end. Is it Dalton Kincaid? This could be. They haven't. Keep in mind they need a wide receiver, but they haven't drafted a wide receiver in the first round since Javon Walker. So will the Packers finally end that streak and finally go wide receiver here because Jackson Smith-Njigba is still there? But at the same point in time, Dalton Kincaid, who's ranked number 10 out of 100 in the PFF ranking, is the best rated tight end, which is something they also need. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Urinating Tree says Detroit's picking a running back now after signing David Montgomery to a big contract and having DeAndre Swift on your depth chart. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, they did lose Jamal Williams, but they still had Swift. And I was like, they did sign somebody. I just couldn't think it was David Montgomery. So yeah, even a lot of these people like, really, Jahmyr Gibbs, like Detroit, what are you doing here? That's very very weird. But two running backs in the top 15. Who would have thought when most people thought it would just be Robinson and that would be it? I think this is the first time in a while we've had multiple running backs picked in the first round. I'm going to say it. The Lions have the biggest reach of the night. They do. That is the biggest. You could have got this guy tomorrow. You could have got this guy tomorrow, but you get him now when defense is more the need that you have. You have two solid running backs already, and your defense is god awful. So you decide to choose a running back first. A running. Okay, Lions, I cheer for you. I really do, but that pick was, but yeah. Anyway, Will Levis is still on the board. He probably still will be after this one. Now, things are going to get interesting with the New England Patriots at 14 because if there's anything you know about Bill Belichick is he just pulls a rabbit out of his ass with some of these picks that he makes in the first round. He might pick like a Division III like long snapper here for their pick. But the pick is in for the Packers, putting the New England Patriots on the clock now. Once they get back from commercial, the Packers pick will be announced here at number 13. We're actually starting to move along a bit faster. I mean, we're only at pick number 13 of 31, but considering how slow it started, we're starting to pick things up. Wow, 5 years ago, Avengers Infinity War hit theaters. Wow, was that long ago. I remember being so excited for that Endgame, man. That was, wow. And ever since then, majority of Marvel movies have just been shitty, aside from a couple. But, whatever. Baltimore native Deontay Banks at the draft party in Baltimore. Oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. Ravens need a corner. If he's still there at 22, I'd say the Ravens should take him. And I know they're interested in him. And it would just be cool for him to stay home. You went to the University of Maryland, good player, you need a corner, take Deontay. Maybe that's when he goes. I don't know. But yeah, I think the Ravens losing Marcus Peters, they definitely need to go that route with that. All right, so they're back from commercial. The Packers pick should be made very, very soon, actually. It still says the pick is in. Doesn't say selection. Patriots on the clock, and then the Jets to follow. Packers are front office is high-fiving in their draft room. So they did not trade this pick away like most people were saying when they were talking with the Ravens, potentially trading up here. Yeah. I think the Ravens right now are seeing that Jackson Smith-Njigba is falling and Addison is falling, that they're saying, let's see what happens. And if one of them gets picked, then we'll try to jump up to get the other one. At least that's where I think the Ravens are heading with this. Or maybe, again, they're going to trade for DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know. We're getting closer to the Ravens pick, though. Here we go. Packers selection. First pre-Aaron Rodgers or post-Aaron Rodgers pick. Will they break the wide receiver curse after getting rid of him? Or not wide receiver curse, streak. Oh, they get the defensive end from Iowa, Lucas Van Ness. So they still keep their streak alive of not picking a wide receiver in the first round. I mean, I guess they do need help with their pass rush, and I don't know how good he is against the run because that kind of hurt him a lot too. But okay, I mean, I guess, yeah, the Packers did need some sort of defense, but again, you had Jackson Smith-Njigba there and Dalton Kincaid. I don't understand why. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Patriots will do something. They need a wide receiver. At least that's what I would think. They don't really have good wide receivers. Yeah, corner, O-line, wide receiver. That's what the draft tracker says it needs. It says they'll be able to line up today if needed, but the Patriots have securities at these scarcities, sorry, at the crucial positions listed. Arguably one or two bodies shy at all three. I've lumped safety and corner together since Devin McCourty's successor could come from within, but their plan there and at corner is unclear now. So, corner, again, maybe Deontay Banks goes here. I don't want him to go to the Patriots, though. That would be a kick in the nuts. They could go O-line. They really could, but I don't really know if there's any more like O-line prospects that you would say you would take here. Brian Branch from Alabama. This is a guy we haven't talked about. He's in the top 15 in out of 100 in PFF, and the Patriots are picking 14. So it wouldn't be too much of a long shot if the Patriots picked this guy. Says here he has missed only 4 tackles out of 174 career attempts, says Brian Branch. So this could be a possibility for the Patriots here, since they need a safety / corner. But like I said, there's also Christian Gonzalez from Oregon and Deontay Banks from Maryland that are still on the board. So you got options here for secondary. Oh, never mind. Oh no, the Steelers. The Steelers just traded up with the Patriots at number 14, which means the Patriots, they have the where the hell 17. The Patriots are now the 17th pick, and the Steelers are the 14th pick. So here we go. The Steelers traded up. This is for a wide receiver. I swear to God. We'll see what happens here. Everything just got interesting now. Another trade. This is what, like the 4th or 5th? Let's see. The first one was Cardinals, and then they traded down back up. That's 2. Then it was Lions trading down. That's 3. Then it was the Bears trading down. As 4. Yeah, this is the 5th trade that's happened already within the top 14. Steelers on the board. Obviously don't need a QB. They got Kenny Pickett, who got better as the year went on last year. 7 touchdowns, 9 picks passing last year, but you got to think there was a streak where he didn't even throw a TD pass, because really the team's offense wasn't great still. There's still holes there. To be honest with you, what do the Steelers need? O-line, corner, and D-line. I mean, yeah, their D-line was actually the worst it's been. Their O-line was definitely really shaky. It says offensive tackle is the biggest concern, but cornerback might not be far behind. Then there's the defensive tackle position, where Cameron Hayward, Larry Ogunjobi, and DeMarvin Leal are a good trio, but there are some really replaceable vets behind them. So, who did the Steelers trade up to get? We're going to be seeing that soon here. They traded with the Patriots. The Patriots go from 14 to 17, while the Steelers are up here at number 14. Their pick is in, so they are coming soon, while the New York Jets are now on the clock. They're in the Packers position from the Aaron Rodgers trade. All right. The Ravens rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers. I always dread when they pick, because I'm like, are they going to pick someone the Ravens want? Because they've done that a couple times. But here it doesn't make sense, because we picked 22nd. The Jets are on the clock. Usually you jump ahead when the person on the clock is like, you know that they're going to pick that person, but you want that person, so you jump ahead of them. That's usually when you would do it. But I don't know. I don't see the Steelers taking a wide receiver here, because they don't need a receiver. They got pretty okay receivers right now. I mean, I guess there's always room for improvement. But, we'll see here. We'll see. It says pick is in, so they should be announcing very, very soon. Come on, Felix Bautista. You have a 3-run lead in the bottom of the ninth. Just get these outs, please. Get the Orioles the victory. We'd be 4-0 against Detroit this year. That's pretty cool. But, wow. I see a TJ Watt-head. Not TJ Watt. Yeah, TJ Watt-head and Derek Watt-head. Steelers fans are weird. Okay, here we go. Roger Goodell coming out to announce the Steelers pick, number 14, after a trade with the Patriots. Let's see who the Ravens rival decided to pick. Here we go. Okay, they got Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle out of Georgia. This is something they needed to do. They needed an offensive line. Okay, so I'm happy. I thought maybe they were going to trade up, take a receiver the Ravens wanted, but they didn't. They actually got a need for them, which is offensive line, which for years had been so just solid. But after Ben retired, for whatever reason, it just turned to crap last year. So yeah, I mean, good pick for them. Again, I feel like it's needed. He was one of the top offensive line prospects going into this draft. So we've had, let's see, one, two, three, four. We've had four offensive linemen go within the first 14 picks. It's not too bad. I mean, that's not too bad considering when you talk about positions. I really think that corner and offensive line were probably the two strongest here. But sometimes players will fall and whatnot. Sometimes there'll be players that get picked way earlier than they should. Why is Felix Bautista making this harder than it should be? Good Lord. And of course, Miguel Cabrera's at the plate. I mean, granted, he's not doing well anymore. He's 0 for 4, but he's Miguel Cabrera. Come on. We're up seven. Orioles are up 7-4 in the bottom of the ninth. We just need to get 3 outs. And the Tigers have the first 2 runners on, Miguel Cabrera up. If he hits a 3-run homer to tie the game, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done for tonight. I'm done with baseball for the night at least. Yeah. As a Ravens fan, I personally love how this board is falling to us so far. Yeah. You know what? Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Jackson Smith-Jibba, they're still on the board. And these are all players the Ravens are very interested in. So far, the Ravens haven't needed to trade up yet because I really think that none of the guys that they wanted for where they're at, which is number 22, have been taken yet. I don't think the Ravens trade for DeAndre Hopkins. I don't think it's going to happen. The Ravens have guys that they want on their board that could be there at number 22, and the Ravens are going to take the opportunity to take that. So we could be seeing the Ravens not get DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know. I don't know. Cardinals don't have another pick, so we would have to trade out of the first round if we were to trade with the Cardinals. But, again, I guess we'll see. That Buccaneers pick is going to be very interesting at 19. The Lions do have another pick. They're at 18, so maybe they take a tight end there. I don't know. But the Jets are on the clock. They got 5 minutes to pick. They're still in the midst of doing everything. They just got Aaron Rodgers, so they don't need a quarterback for now. But we'll see. Could this be another wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers, who already has Williamson and why am I drawing a blank on these names? I'm very bad off the top of my head. Okay, Felix Bautista did get it out. That's cool. Now you just need 2 more. Oh, Miguel Cabrera struck out. Thank the Lord. I just thought with this being, back at Detroit and this being Miguel Cabrera's last year that he would just crank a 3-run homer to tie it. Matt Vierling, though, he's kind of a power-ish hitter, so who knows here. But anyway, sorry, I'm kind of doing commentary in the O's game and watching the draft because, again, when I'm waiting for these picks to be made, I gotta figure out what to do. Here it says the Jets need O-line and D-line. I'd like to see the Jets attack the long-term depth at offensive tackle and center, even with the team bringing back Connor McGovern inside. There's also a need to add layers of depth on defense. In fact, it's arguable the Jets don't have a clear-cut DT starter next to Quentin Williams at this moment. The Jets, this could be another one where I don't really have a clue. Man, I'm getting hungry. What the hell? I'm not usually this hungry this time of night. It's almost 10 o'clock. So let's see what that could entail for them. Now, they do need a tight end. Maybe this is when we see Dalton Kincaid come off the board, even though I know the last time they took a tight end first round. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Matt Vierling. The bases are loaded and 1 out. Felix Bautista, why do you have to make things so complicated? I like it. You're a good closer. But there's just some games where he makes it more complicated then it has to be. But yeah, Dalton Kincaid could go to the Jets here because I really think that they could use a tight end. I mean, yeah, defense isn't much of a problem outside of D line, I guess. I mean, they have good corners, good safeties. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. is still there. Maybe they just take him because you pair him with Sauce Gardner. I mean, geez. But yeah, here we go. It says Jets offense with Aaron Rodgers. It's now Aaron Rodgers, a healthy Brees Hall, Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, who they added. He was on Aaron Rodgers wish list. And they do have Tyler Conklin at tight end. Excuse me for the burp. That was very rude. But I feel like you can improve that tight end position. I don't know. Darnell Wright from Tennessee. Or no, I'm sorry. He was picked already. Yes, he was. He was picked. He was picked at number 10 by the Chicago Bears. So he is not there anymore. Antoine Harrison from Oklahoma could be a possibility here. They could also get Michael Mayer from Notre Dame if they really feel the need to draft a tight end. Maybe they go pass rush. Maybe they get Miles Murphy. Who knows here? Let's see. Who else? They don't really need a safety. They could get, how do you say that? Kalijah Cansey from Pittsburgh. That could be a good pickup for him. I mean, 6'8", 280. He had 92.4 pass rush grade. It did say they needed someone behind Quinnen Williams to start on that D line. So, again, that could be a very interesting pick. We are, I guess you can say, officially halfway with there only being 31 picks as opposed to 32 because the Dolphins had to forfeit their pick. We're at pick number 15, so we're kind of there. I guess once we get to Washington's pick next, then we will officially be halfway through. Wow, the Jets have less than 1 minute to make this pick and get it in there. Okay, cool. Jonathan Scope, he struck out. Thank you, former Oriole. Bases loaded, 2 out for the Detroit Tigers in the ninth. They're down 7-4. Hopefully my Orioles can hold on to get this victory and go to 17-8. Anyway, the pick is in now for the New York Jets, which means they're going to be making the call very, very soon on what this pick could potentially be, meaning that the Washington Commanders are now on the clock here. I'm just kicking back. I'm relaxing, because even though I'm waiting to see what the Ravens do, at the same point in time, I'm like, I'm just going to let things happen. I'm not going to stress about it too much. We're 7 picks away at this point. We're not too far. So we'll see. At least we're 7 picks away right now. There's no saying we still don't trade up or trade out. I don't know, but here we go. No, Roger Goodell's not coming out yet. He should be soon, though. Interesting draft so far, but an interesting one. Some reaches, which again we'll get into later, but nothing out of the ordinary. 5 trades. That's been the surprising part. So, yeah, they could take Jackson Smith-Njigba here, get more weapons for Aaron Rodgers. I didn't think about that. I mean, why stop at Alan Lazard and the others on there? You can definitely go for it and get Jackson Smith-Njigba or a why am I drawing a blank again? He's been talked about. Jordan Addison. That was it. That was the other one. Oh, thank goodness the Orioles won. Jake Rogers strikes out swinging. Orioles win 7-4. They're now 17-8. They've won 9 out of 10, ladies and gentlemen. Start respecting the Orioles. Put some respect on their name. I have a strong feeling we're going to the playoffs. Most people, that whole thing about who was it, Adam Pac-Man Jones was like, I got a strong feeling that DeAndre Hopkins is going to get traded tonight. that little thing that's a meme now apparently in the sports community. Here we go. Roger Goodell about to make the Jets pick, number 15. Or no, it's going to be somebody else. He's out there with it's probably one of those what's a fan of the year. This kid looks like young and douchey. He looks like an entitled, rich douchebag. I'm sorry to say that about a kid, but you can tell when they're entitled and spoiled because, he just looks like it. I wish you could see it, but I can't really turn this around. You won't be able to see my TV even if I turn this around. See? Because then there's the couch, there's my bed. The TV's a little bit further over. I can see it from here, the TV, but that's about it. Hold on, I gotta readjust this now. He looks like he's related to Zach Wilson. Oh, I feel bad. He's a make-a. Oh no, or is he a make-a-wish, or is he just? I feel bad if it's a make-a-wish. Oh, he's a make. He's a make-a-wish. I'm so sorry. Take back what I said about him. He's a make-a-wish kid. My bad. Don't cancel me. I apologize. I apologize. Who did the Jets pick, man? Tell me who. Just tell me. The 15th. Yeah, okay. UTS Jets. Will McDonald from Iowa State. He's happy about that. I wouldn't be too happy about that. What? Okay. So the worst pick so far tonight has been the Lions picking that running back. This has been the biggest reach of the night, though. I don't even think I heard of this guy coming in. Apparently, he's been compared to Leonard Floyd. I mean, okay. Like I said, some of these teams see more than we see with the human eye. I mean, they watch film, they go to the games, they go to the Senior Bowls and all this stuff. Okay, Jets doing Jets jet things. But I apologize to that kid. I did not realize he was a Make-A-Wish. I thought he was just some spoiled rich kid. But he's a Make-A-Wish, so everything I said before that, I take back. I take it back. He went through a lot, and I hope that he is doing much better for himself. And good for him for getting to announce the first round pick of his favorite team. That is very, very cool. Will McDonald at 15. I love how this board is falling. Yeah, right? These Ravens fans are like, wait, the Jets just picked him? Like, okay, keep it coming. Keep just picking these out of nowhere picks because everything is falling the Ravens' way. Like, literally, right now, Eric DeCosta's probably like, oh, shit. Oh, we're going to have so many options here. All right. So we are now on the Washington Commanders. We are 6 picks away potentially from the Ravens here. And let's see. What else? Really? The Seahawks have another pick. Lions have another pick coming up. Patriots, they traded down from the Steelers pick, so that's where they're at now. Buccaneers coming up at 19. Chargers, Jaguars, Cowboys, Bengals, Eagles, Chiefs. Washington's on. Oh, the Washington pick is now in. New England Patriots, are now back on the clock here. However, this is a commercial, so we will not get the pick immediately, but we will get it sooner than later here. Matthew Judon. Who we picking today? Correct answer gets $5. Wow. Thank you, Matthew Judon. A whole $5. I can probably win more money doing a mock draft on some like gambling site, which I don't gamble anyway. I don't really believe in gambling. I think it's stupid. You're going to lose more money than you gain. So I don't do it because I'm smart. I am, plus I know my family and their history with gambling, and it never works out. Trust me. Please, Steelers, for the love of God, pick Broderick Jones for everything I hold dear. Well, urinating tree, you got your wish. They did pick Broderick Jones. So, that should be you should be happy about that. You really should. They got the guy you wanted, and it was a need on the team. So yeah, he's probably not mad right now. Let's see. I'm just again checking Twitter to see if there's any like leaks here. Tony Jefferson says, I want to know who's going to get tight end Darnell Washington. He's got to be coming off the board here pretty soon. I don't know. These tight ends, man, it was supposed to be what? Dalton Kincaid and Meyer from Notre Dame, and they're still on the board here. So things are going to be interesting. Will Levis is still here on the board. Wait a minute. Could this be it? Could this be Will Levis? I didn't think about this. Washington needs a QB. Ooh, Washington needs a QB. Could this be where Will Levis goes? I mean, yeah, maybe because 19 Tampa Bay, maybe, but I feel like they're gonna use Kyle Trask. Seahawks have a QB, Chargers have a QB, Ravens have a QB, Vikings have a QB, Jaguars have a QB, Giants just re-signed Daniel Jones, Cowboys have a QB, Bills, but Saints, yeah, this is probably the last chance, maybe the second to last chance for Will Levis to get picked here. This could be it. I was not thinking about that. I totally forgot. That Will Levis was still on the board here. There was 3 quarterbacks picked in the first 5 picks, and we haven't had one since. And Will Levis, this could be where Washington, makes it. Will Levis still looks sad and upset, so maybe not. Oh, wait, he cracked a smile. He might be getting picked here. Could this be Will Levis time in Washington? Maybe. I know people in Washington love Taylor Heineke, but let's be honest. Taylor Heineke's a little bit too overhyped because he's done a couple of good things. Just saying. Good quarterback. Love him as a person, but he's a little overrated. That's all I really have to say in that sense there. Before I start any other controversy, but Washington not too bad last year, 8-1. They finished last, but they played in the really tough division where 3 teams made the playoffs. Here we go. The Washington Commanders selection. Could this be Will Levis? Will he be the 4th quarterback off the board? Here we go. Patriots on the clock, by the way. Whoa. It is not Will Levis. It is Emmanuel Forbes, the corner from Mississippi State. Will Levis is still on the board. Now, there's pretty much only one more option for Will Levis here tonight, and that is the Bucs. Because you have the Patriots here. They got Mac Jones for now. The Lions, I still think they're sticking with Jared Goff. Then you got the Bucs, who need a quarterback after Brady retired. After that, all these quarterbacks from 20 to 31, all these teams have a quarterback, franchise quarterback. So Will Levis might not be picked tonight if he's not picked by the Buccaneers. So pretty sad right now. Anyway, I got to use the bathroom. I will be right back with you as the Patriots still remain on the clock. I promise I will be back before their selection. Looks like I got back just in time. The Patriots are ready to make their pick and their selection just being made. Look at that. How's that for timing? Oh, this is a guy that people wanted the Ravens to get, Christian Gonzalez, a corner from Oregon. So now The corner's starting to come off the board. That's 2 in a row, with Emmanuel Forbes going to Washington and now Christian Gonzalez to New England. So yeah, this isn't an out of left field pick from the Patriots like we maybe thought this was going to be. I just squeezed that wet paper towel, and now it's okay. Whatever. I'm gonna throw this away. My trash can's literally right here. So the Patriots take Christian Gonzalez. The Detroit Lions are on the clock for a third time. However, they traded the first time and then picked the running back out of nowhere. Yeah, Jamar Gibbs. So now I'm interested to see where they're going to go here at number 18 because I don't know. After that first pick, I'm just kind of like, okay, what's the next move for them? So we only have 13 picks left, where we're getting to a point where we're starting to reach crunch time a little bit. So, yeah, it's currently Lions on the clock, and the Bucks at 19, and the Seahawks at 20. Which didn't the Seahawks pick earlier? Yeah, they did. Number 5, Devin Witherspoon. So it'll be the Seahawks' second pick. The Bucks. We're gonna see what happens here. Like I said, this could be the last chance for Will Levis to get picked tonight. But I think the Buccaneers are sold on Kyle Trask that they're not going to go quarterback. So maybe we're just not going to see Will Levis get picked today. Which is a shame because he's a talented quarterback. But I think after seeing those 3 quarterbacks go in the first 4 picks, we're not going to see one again tonight unless the Buccaneers come through and pick a QB, because I don't see the Lions doing it here. And like I said, after you get past Tampa Bay, all these other teams, Seattle, LA, Baltimore, Minnesota, Jacksonville, New York, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Kansas City all have their franchise QBs. Oh God, I can't look at those uniforms Oregon has. Those highlighter yellows have always been the fucking ugliest thing to me. Like, why? I get you're the Ducks, so like yellow, but there's no need for that. The green ones are better. The green ones are a lot better. Those yellow ones, oh, they hurt my eyes. They really, really do. It's like when watching a Boise State game and you see them play on that blue field. Is this better? I should have been doing this the whole time. You've been seeing like parts of my face like this, but I have a light here that I could have been turning on the whole time. It hurts my eyes. I don't really care. So, yeah, that was the Patriots selection. Lions still on the clock, waiting for stuff there. Let me see if I can check Twitter on here. That might be a little bit easier, Twitter, because even though I'm logged on my phone, you don't have to be logged on to check Twitter, although that would help, wouldn't it? Because then I would be able to, what is this, Mr. I don't care. I don't care about Mr. Beast. I really don't care about Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast and PewDiePie. Is this my, yeah, this is my Twitter. Okay, so I am logged on to my Twitter here. Okay. Still nothing on the Detroit Lions pick. Let's go. Here we go. Trending 2023 NFL Draft. Ravens flock, Hopkins, Lamar. Our running backs back. 2 backs have gone in the first round, but for any wide receivers, that's right, there hasn't been a wide receiver yet. What in the heck? Whoa, I wasn't thinking about that. I was not thinking about that. No receivers picked yet for teams that have needed some receiver help. So that is very, very surprising. I mean, yeah. Says I have absolutely no idea how Christian Gonzalez made it all the way to pick 17, but it's an absolute steal for the Patriots. Wow. Yeah, that could be interesting there. Let's see. Nothing else really. Like, I'm seeing if there's like any developing stories here about what's coming with like picks and stuff like that. Mike Vrabel and the Titans selecting Peter Skronsky. That must mean the Titans are done. The Titans already had a press conference, so that must mean they're done for the night. Usually that's what that means. Other than that, they could have been like, oh, let's trade up or trade back in, but no, they're done. They're done for the night. Let's go back to YouTube and the live stream. And here we go. I don't even know why I have this prospect there. I haven't even been looking at it. Lions pick is in. They're on commercial. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are now on the clock post Tom Brady, their first pick after he retires officially. Because I think, he came back before the next draft last year. So this is their first pick post Brady and their first pick with Brady not on the team since 2019. So again, this could be the last chance for Will Levis to be a first rounder. Because after this, none of these other teams picking really need a QB. I mean, I guess you can say Seattle, but I don't know. Until if Geno Smith proves last year wasn't a fluke, then why move on from him so quickly? That would be the big question here. But so we're now getting ready to see what pick number 18 has in store once we get it back from commercial. And the Buccaneers at pick 19 are currently on the clock here. So I think the Ravens are going to be staying put here. I don't think they're going to be trading for DeAndre Hopkins. Seems like a lot of these players that they want are still on the board, which is making me believe that they're going to draft a wide receiver, especially if Smith Jibba is still there and Jordan Addison is still there. However, there is still Deonte Banks from Maryland. We need a corner. And there's also, where was it? I think I passed it. There's also others like Miles Murphy, an edge rusher out there. Joey Porter Jr. is still there. A lot of people that the Ravens were interested in are still out there. So it's going to be interesting when we get to 22 to see what the Ravens have in store there, because there's no way they're looking at the board now and saying, we don't have anybody that we think is worth picking at 2022. There's no way they're looking at that now and thinking that. So, yeah, this is interesting. They're about to come back from commercial, and the Lions are about to make their second pick here in the first round. And we're going to react to it live like we have been all night with these other picks here. We'll see if they throw a curveball like they did the first time picking that running back. It's no offense to that running back, but that was just way out of left field here. All right, so they're clapping again. They already put the pick in, which means Goodell's walking out with it, and then he's going to announce it. That's almost 10:30. My Lord. Here we go. Lion selection. Come on, Roger Goodell. There you go. Let's talk about it. What are the Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa? Lions, you're really starting to lose. Is Dan Campbell becoming the new John Gruden? Because, my Lord, I mean, okay, the draft class last year looks like it's going to be good, but what is this? What is this? What is this? Doesn't make sense to me. Does not make sense to me at all. So let's see. What do they say Tampa Bay needs? Oh, yeah, O-line and D-line, which is weird because you would think they would also say, oh, they need a quarterback because Tom Brady just retired. But here we go. This is Will Levis or bust. If Will Levis doesn't get picked here, he is not getting picked in the first round because all the teams after this don't need quarterbacks. So, yeah, we are now pick 19. There's 12 left. We are, let's see, 1, 2, 3 picks away, 4 picks from the Ravens pick at number 22, one that I think is going to be looked at a lot tonight as they just announced the Lamar Jackson contract extension. And there's belief that maybe they trade for DeAndre Hopkins tonight. But things are falling their way to where they might not do that. They might stay at number 22. The Buccaneers pick is in, so Roger Goodell is going to be coming out soon to announce that pick. We'll see what the Bucs decide to do here now that Brady is gone, what their direction is from here on out. It's going to be okay. So that means now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock for the second time tonight. First time since pick number 5. This was just a regular pick for making the playoffs. The number 5 pick they got from Denver in the Russell Wilson trade. Okay, Buccaneers are clapping here. Okay, so Roger Goodell's going to come out. It's going to say blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to react to it. Could this be Will Levis? I don't know. I really don't know. We'll see who the Buccaneers decided to pick here. And, yeah. Nope, Will Levis still not happy, still not on the phone. So, Will Levis, you're going to have to wait till tomorrow, unless the Seahawks decide they want to take you. But other than that, I don't see you going anywhere else. I don't. I really, really don't. Yeah. That's where Baker Mayfield signed. It was Tampa. That's why they're not going to pick Levis. They have Tampa and they have Mayfield and they have Trask. I knew Mayfield signed somewhere. I just couldn't remember where it was. Baker Mayfield. The one of the ones in that 2018 class that didn't turn out well to go along with Donald and Rosen. Seems weird that the two least not necessarily popular, but Allen was like, oh, the accuracy issues, and Lamar was, oh, it's not sustainable what he's doing, and they're the two most successful from that draft class, quarterback wise. All right, here we go. Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection. Here's Roger Goodell. Oh, Kalijah Kancey, the Pittsburgh defensive tackle. Okay, I mean, yeah, they could be losing Levante David. Not that he's a linebacker, but yeah, I mean, I think one of the problems Tampa Bay had last year was stopping the run. You saw it in a lot of games. A defense that used to be so hard to run on, they really started to get run on. So I don't think it's a surprise there. That was definitely a need. Now we're back to the Seahawks, where it says D-line, wide receiver, O-line, and I believe they got a corner. Yeah, they got a corner the first time. We still have not seen a wide receiver come off the board, and what was slated to be a talented wide receiver room here, it is, well, nobody's there, or nobody's been picked. We still have Jackson Smith-Njigba out there. We still have Russell Addison out there, Jordan Addison. We still have Quentin Johnson on the board. I mean, this is wow. Zay Flowers is still out there. I'm utterly surprised. Usually there's about 3 or 4 wide receivers picked already, but we have had 0. Now, could the Seahawks pick a wideout here? I mean, yeah, wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, considering after DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, you get real thin at that position when you're talking about the Seahawks. So, we could definitely see that. We definitely could see that here. But the Seahawks are still on the clock. Their pick's not in yet, and then we will have the Chargers and then the Ravens after that. So we're getting close, Ravens fans. We're getting close to seeing what happens tonight. But my guess, we're going to pick – we're going to keep that pick and make a pick. Who, I don't know. What position, I don't know. But, I don't think we're trading for DeAndre Hopkins tonight, at least. There's still always a possibility to do, but why would you do it after the draft? Because then, you don't necessarily have picks to trade. But the Ravens might want to try to trade up tomorrow, and I know that the Cardinals aren't asking for a first-round pick, so it could be something the Ravens do tomorrow because, the Cardinals have the 34th pick right now, number 2 overall, and maybe that's where the Ravens move up to tomorrow. Maybe they move up tomorrow and get DeAndre Hopkins and are able to, work out that. Again, I don't know, but that's just a possibility here. But I do see the Ravens keeping this pick and picking something. The Ravens rarely ever trade out of the first round. I think the last year I remember them doing that was 2010 when we traded with the Broncos to trade back. The Broncos traded back up and they took Tim Tebow, and we traded out of the first round and we got Sergio Kendall. So in the end, it worked out for nobody. But I think that would be the last time I remember the Ravens trading out of the first round, because 2011 they took Jimmy Smith. 2012, I don't remember who they took in 2012, but it was somebody there. I can't remember. I'd have to be refreshed. 2013 they took Matt Elam. 2014 it was C.J. Mosley. 2015 it was Ronnie Stanley. 2016 have trouble remembering sometimes. 2017 was Marlon Humphrey. So we pick in the first round most of the time. We haven't really traded up in a while. We mostly, Lamar. When we got Lamar, we traded up because we picked Hayden Hurst at 25 and then went back in and picked Lamar Jackson at 32. And then last year we picked Kyle Hamilton at, 22? I think it was 22 as well. Or no, we didn't pick in the 20s because we missed the playoffs. It was like 17 or something. And then we traded back up into the first round to get Tyler Linderbaum. So, yeah. And even after the 22nd pick, I mean, I don't see the Ravens trading back up after 22. They just don't have enough picks for them to make. They only got 5 picks right now. So you're going to need to make anything of all the picks. And if you do trade picks to get DeAndre Hopkins, then that's a win too, because you're still basically getting a really good player in exchange for picks here. But we're a commercial break. Seahawks are still on the clock here. They got 2.5 minutes to submit their pick here. And then after that, the Chargers would be on the clock, and then the Ravens right after. So again, Ravens fans, we're getting close to seeing what our Ravens have for us on the night after the big day announcing the Lamar Jackson contract extension. So yeah, what is this commercial? Every go. It's the schedule release. That's right. Yeah, they do that after the draft now, to set things up better. That's going to be interesting. I think Chiefs Eagles kicks off the season in Kansas City because they play each other in KC. Kansas City just won the Super Bowl. It would make sense to have the Super Bowl rematch in Week 1. They did it in 2016 when the Panthers played the Broncos in Denver after they just played each other in Super Bowl 50. So, that could be a definite realm of possibility here. Oh, this Alabama. This is teammates of what was it? It had to be like, we haven't had it. How many Alabama players have it? Jamari Gibbs is one, and then has that been it for? Yeah. Oh no, Bryce Young. There's only been 2 Alabama players picked in the first round. That's kind of unusual, but a lot of people thought a lot of Georgia players would be picked, and so far Georgia players, there's only been, let's see, there's 1 and 2, and yeah, there's only been 2 Georgia players as well. So it's been really surprising. There's been a good mixture going around with schools and whatnot. Like we have a guy from Illinois who got picked, a guy from Iowa State got picked, Pittsburgh, Mississippi State, Northwestern. Like, it's all like, yeah, sure, it's still Division I schools. Like we haven't had out of left field like Division II school guy, but I mean, it's been pretty diverse when it's come to the schools that have been here. It's not just all Alabama, Georgia, LSU, all this kind of stuff. Okay, the Seahawks pick is in, which means the Los Angeles Chargers are now officially on the clock. And we're going to see who the Seattle Seahawks decide to pick. Well, right after they get done talking, I hate it. Since the pick is in, and then they got to get it to Roger Goodell, and then he's going to slowly walk out there with his little, like, I'm ready to make the pick stride, and he does it so slow. You're just like, dude, just get to the podium, make the pick. Like, geez, We've already been at this for 2.5 hours, and we're only at pick number 20. We still have 12 more picks to go, or 12, 11 more picks to go. Sorry, again, no 30-second pick because the Miami Dolphins had to forfeit it because they treated Tua poorly with that whole concussion thing. Yeah. So Seahawks, they're clapping, they're ready to go, and we'll see what happens here. Could this be a surprise? Could this be Will Levis? I don't know. Because again, this could officially be Will Levis's last chance. I mean, I know there's people like, well, what about the Vikings? They could move on from Kirk Cousins soon, but there's not much here. Maybe the Saints, but they just got Derek Carr right now. So why would they want to get Will Levis? I think they're about to make their selection. No, it just still says pick is in. Okay. Well, they picked a corner with the first pick. Do they go offense this time or do they go defense for both? That's going to be the big question. Again, it's the defense that needs to be addressed. So we'll see what happens here. Here we go. Seahawks selection. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the 20th pick in this year's NFL draft. Oh, he's got people out there with him. He's got like six kids out there with him. Okay. So wait, the dudes can tackle, but the girls have to play flag football. That makes no sense to me. Why not have a girls football league where they can tackle each other like in high school and stuff? Like that doesn't make sense why they have to play flag football. Okay, here we go. Bethany Uribe announcing the Seahawks pick. Oh, they got Jackson Smith-Njigba, the first wide receiver off the board. So he will not be going to Baltimore. Jackson Smith-Njigba is gone. Not necessarily a surprise. They needed a receiver after DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett because it gets very, very thin. But yeah, not a surprise, but it is a surprise that we're 20 picks in and he was the first wide receiver taken off the board. So now when you're looking at it with the Ravens, as the Chargers are on the clock, Ravens soon to be, you got corner options in Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. You got still have some wide receiver options. You still got Jordan Addison out there along with Quentin Johnson. Those would probably be the four that I would say the Ravens are probably looking at right now, and even Miles Murphy, who is an edge rusher. So the Ravens still have their options, even with Jackson Smith-Njigba off the board and going to Seattle here. So they do go offense after taking a corner with their first pick. I'm actually kind of anxious now because we're getting so close to the Ravens to see what they do. But other than that, yeah, Jackson Smith-Njigba, Ohio State. She only said Jackson Njigba, so I was confused for a second. Like, oh, Jackson Smith-Njigba, right? Got it. But yeah, ideal slot, play strength, limited in 2022. Probably to injury. Well, no, it wouldn't be to injury. They just said he had like 95 catches. How would he be limited in 2022 if he had 95 catches? That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, 2021 as a sophomore. He was a junior this past year. So in 2021, he was really good, but must have dealt with a lot of injuries after that. So, yeah, one of the Ravens' many options is off the board. But, the board has been falling their way this year for the draft. So they still have plenty, and I mean plenty of options to get here when we talk about it. So, yeah, we're waiting for the Chargers selection, and then the Ravens will be right there. Please do not take Jordan Addison. Chargers. Do the Chargers really need a wide receiver though? I don't think the Chargers need a wide receiver. These receivers got to be coming off the board soon. Huh? Well, OBJ, you got your wish. There's one. And if it's the Ravens, it could soon be two. Or maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba was the one the Ravens wanted, and now they're saying to themselves, okay, well, now let's do this DeAndre Hopkins thing. Who knows? This guy says, yeah, let's just get JP3. JP3, who is that? Did I miss something? JP3. Oh, you're talking about Joey Porter? that could be what it is. Joey Porter Jr. season, so pissed, bro. Banks. He's going to get hurt a lot. I don't know what that means. Seattle can go die where the better bird team. Jesus, guys, we don't have to. It's okay. It really is okay. It's fine. Jeez Louise. Ravens fans, man, can get really just. I don't know how to explain it, but we come up with this big expectation, and then we're so disappointed when it doesn't happen, even though it's like probably never was. Like, even if we don't trade for DeAndre Hopkins, I'm not going to be mad because the main thing was extending Lamar, and that's done. So, Lacey DaCosta. Oh, Eric DaCosta, is that his wife? Says, what do you think? What do you all think so far? Surprise? Question mark. Yeah. Okay. Cool. The Chargers pick is in, and the Baltimore Ravens, for now, are on the board, on the clock, I should say. So soon we'll be getting the Chargers pick, and then maybe the Ravens pick. Maybe. Maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba was the one the Ravens wanted, and they said, screw it. Let's get DeAndre Hopkins. Let's do it. So once the Chargers announce their pick, the Ravens will be the next one in line. And I'm very excited to see where they go, being a Ravens fan. But watch, when they get to the Ravens pick, they'll go to commercial because it's been a while since they've gone to commercial, and they always seem to do that during the Ravens pick here. But, here we go. Well, okay, Chargers pick is still in. They got to get it to Goodell, and then he'll read it. I actually don't want to look at Twitter for any Ravens like leaks for what's the next pick, because I want to be surprised with if they trade for DeAndre Hopkins or if they don't and they end up making a selection. All right, so again, this is going to be interesting to see how the Ravens take this, but first we got to get through the Chargers. I hope they just. Can you tell us who they picked right now, please, so we can get to the Ravens? This is what I've been waiting for all night. It is about 10:40 at night, and we're finally going to get to the Ravens after the Chargers pick, whether we pick or not. Okay, here we go. Chargers selection. Could be Addison. Here we go. Oh, they got the other wide receiver from TCU, Quentin Johnston. So for the Ravens, you still have Addison on the board. Could that be the move? But again, you got Joey Porter there. You got the Maryland guy, Deontay Banks. So let's see. Let us see. Because we know now that it's not going to be a quarterback. I'll put my money on it. It's not a quarterback. After today's news, why would it be? Who knows? Maybe we'll take Will Levis. No, I'm kidding. I know we're not going to take Will Levis. Will Levis is going to have to wait till tomorrow to get picked. By the way, I'm not doing this every day. I feel like rounds 2 through 3 would be so long, and rounds 4 through 7, I would be sitting here all day. So I'm only doing this for the first round because it's one round and we're done. Whereas the next couple of days, it'll be multiple rounds. Even though rounds 4 through 7 are rapid fire, it's more just like I do pay attention, but I kind of, stay in the background of it. Don't watch it too much. Like I'll have it on in the background if I catch a pick. I'm like, oh, cool. And I usually pay attention when the Ravens picks are up. But yeah. So now with the Chargers selecting Quentin Johnston from TCU, it looks like they're going to go to commercial, and then the Baltimore Ravens. Oh no, they're not going to commercial. But either way, Baltimore Ravens. They're on the clock. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Either we're going to pick here or we're going to trade for you know who. I don't see us trading for you know who today, though. Could be tomorrow to trade into the second round because we don't have a second round pick. But I really, really don't know here. This is very, very interesting. Very interesting because this is the first year where I don't like. What do they say that we need? Okay, wide receiver, corner, D line. I guess it says now that the Ravens have agreed to a long-term deal with Lamar Jackson, Baltimore has a need for more high-end talent at corner, a standout receiver, and depth at both defensive end and tackle positions. I don't know. I'm stumped. I really am. I mean, anything's good for me. Nothing about a trade. Okay, they did go to commercial. We're still on the clock, 5 minutes. There's been nothing about a trade. So I'm assuming that we're going to be making a pick here. I think the DeAndre Hopkins thing could very well come tomorrow, so we can trade into the second round. But again, who knows? But it seems like we're going to be getting ready to pick very soon. 4 minutes, 38 seconds. We still have plenty of time. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we're calling up the Cardinals, being like, "Hey, DeAndre Hopkins? Is that deal still on the table?" But again, I would doubt it right now. Again, I'm very anxious to see what we're going to do here because this is interesting. The news today made things very interesting, to say the least, with what we're going to do here. But I would either like it to be Deonte Banks, Joey Porter Jr., or Jordan Addison. Those are like my three. Like if we get one of them, then that's good. The fact that those three are still here at 22, if you can snatch one of them, then that can be, really, really good. I think that would be a win for the Ravens tonight, even though they already won earlier today. It's just going to be, 3.5 minutes, no sign of a trade. So we are going to be seeing the Ravens pick, unless there's like a last minute thing put in place. But again, we got to get through this commercial. We're on the clock. Then it's the Vikings, Jaguars, Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Saints, Eagles, and the Chiefs to finish off the night. But we still got a ways to go. The 9 picks right now, as the Ravens have not picked yet. We still have 9 picks to go before the end of round 1. Excuse me again. That was rude and inappropriate. 2023 editions, Odell Beckham Jr., Nelson Aguilar, even though he's not the number 1 receiver, so I can't be too mad about it. Lost Calais Campbell, Chuck Clark. Who else did we lose? I feel like we've lost more than that. Ben Powers, that was the other one. Yeah, we've actually lost less than I thought players. I thought we had lost more, but, we really haven't. I mean, we got the 2 wide receivers were the main, big acquisitions so far. And then, re-signing Lamar. But I thought we lost more than Calais Campbell, Chuck Clark, and Ben Powers. Bigger names. But, again, I guess I was wrong because I thought we were doing stuff to, cut a little bit of cap space in. But is what it is. We're down to the 2-minute mark for the Ravens to turn in their pick and see what they're doing. The lights are purple now. And, I don't think the Ravens are going to be trading here. Oh, wait, here's Ian Rappaport. Okay, he's talking about the Lamar Jackson deal. We're on the phone with somebody. John Harbaugh is talking to somebody. Okay, our pick is in. We're picking. We are picking here. No DeAndre Hopkins tonight. All right, I'm intrigued. Intrigued here. I would actually take a corner before I would take a receiver. There's plenty of receivers right now, and even later in the later rounds, you can get a good one. Um, Keep in mind too, they're still getting back Bateman and Duvernay healthy, and they both can do good things. So yeah, um, a couple minutes from now, I don't want to wait a couple minutes. Vikings are on the clock now, by the way, with the Ravens pick being in. Um, okay, we're hugging, we're doing whatever. John Harbaugh's still on the phone, so we've made our pick. The question is, who is going to be the newest Baltimore Raven? Will it be Deontay Banks, the Maryland guy? Will it be Joey Porter Jr.? Or will it be Jordan Addison? Or will it be somebody else? I wish they would just make the pick now so I can react to it, please. Also, I got to use the bathroom, but I know as soon as I use the bathroom, the Ravens are going to make this pick, and I'm going to miss it. I remember missing the Lamar Jackson pick because I took my dog out thinking, oh, we're done. And I come up and I see we traded back in and got Lamar Jackson. Like, wait a minute, what? What? I was gone for 5 minutes. What is going on here? Here we go. Ravens selection. Here comes Goodell. Ravens selection. We're not trading out. Oh, I okay. I mean, yeah, I understand. You got to get Lamar weapons, but Jordan Addison was right there. How do you not pick? Don't get me wrong. I like the Zay Flowers move, but I feel like Jordan Addison was the better way to go here. He's just again route runner, fast. Zay Flowers. I mean, let's look at what PFF had to say about Zay. He's the third wide receiver taken on the board. It says Flowers is the best peer separator in the draft class. Defensive backs won't be able to stick with him across on his route breaks unless they're holding him. He racked up 1,077 yards and 12 scores this past season. I mean, okay, yeah, I get, yeah. I'm not mad at it, but I'm just kind of like, I feel like Jordan Addison would have been the better way to go. But at the same point in time, too, we still don't know what's going to happen with this whole DeAndre Hopkins thing. It's going to be here for a while until the draft ends. We really don't know, but yeah, people seem to be happy with it, which is fine. That's okay, I guess. But I just I don't know. Yeah, wow. ESPN, they keep torturing Will Levis by just showing him being like upset, like oh my god. But yeah, I'll take it though because we needed a receiver. At least we got a receiver, and we didn't reach too far. So I yeah, I'll take it. So anyway, I gotta use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Now that the Ravens made their pick, I can go. Vikings still on the clock with the Jaguars upcoming. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, Zay Flowers, newest member of the Baltimore Ravens. He does have an NFL comparison to Steve Smith Sr., who the Ravens are familiar with. Um, I do like it. I do. Thinking about it more, I don't think we're looking for him to be the number one. Bateman's supposed to be the number one. And when healthy, he's shown that. You're going to have Odell this year. So, you don't need Zay Flowers to come out and be like the guy right away. And plus, I mean, yeah, we just signed our quarterback to a big extension. So, of course, you're going to get him more weapons. I mean, you're not going to stop at Odell and Nelson Aguilar. You're not. And like I said, even if we don't get DeAndre Hopkins, our receiving core is already 10 times better with Flowers, Beckham, and Bateman. And then you throw Duvernay into the picture. You got Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely at tight end. That's already way more weapons than Lamar, I think, has ever had, ever. That's already more depth to our receiving core that we did not have last year. But yeah, we go from one purple team to another. The Vikings are now on the clock. So we'll see what goes on with them. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like the Zay Flowers pick. So I guess I can't argue with it too much. Let's see what else we got here. I'm on Facebook right now. See what we got. Well, seems like the Vikings, they still got 3 minutes left. So we'll see there. Practice about to be active. Okay. This offseason, EDC added Odell, Nelson Aguilar, and Zay Flowers, my GM. He might not be done. But now I don't really think we're getting DeAndre. I hate to say it, but he might be going to Buffalo or Kansas City. But did Lamar just punk the whole NFL? Haha. Lamar must have told the Ravens, I don't care what you have to do. Rig free agency in the draft. Call the NFL and make it happen. Don't play with me. Lamar Jackson 4 minutes ago said, I'm smelling more good news dropping soon. And then he responded with, well, it happened. So he probably knew about the Ravens probably picking a wide receiver today if it fell, in the right place. And, the Ravens kind of got lucky because there's was a lot of people on the board that they wanted that were still there. So, even Pat Ricard, this offense going to be scary. I really hope Todd Monken, and I know he will, Todd Monken's defense will definitely be different from Greg Roman's. I know his is going to be a little bit more spread out, so hopefully that does a lot for the offense. Tony Jefferson said, hell of a day for EDC and Ravens. Let's go. He's pumped up, former Raven. Let's see. Tom Grossi said, the Packers select Lucas Van Ness. I'm a little whelmed. So is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Because I can't tell. I can't tell, Tom. I can't tell. The AFC is absolutely loaded with quarterback talent already and just added C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson. Yeah, well, we'll see in about 3 or 4 years where they're at, or maybe 2, because Trevor Lawrence kind of took a big jump from year 1 to year 2. So that we could know very, very soon. But yeah, look at the Ravens receiving room now. Odell Beckham, Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, Nelson Aguilar, and Devin Duvernay. That's actually not bad. It could be better, but it's like considering last year when Duvernay and Bateman went down, our receiving core consisted of DeMarcus Robinson, Sammy Watkins, James Prochet, Tylan Wallace, and Andy Isabella. It's like, oh my god, like we have depth this time, and if 1 or 2 go down, we still got ballers. So yeah, the Minnesota Vikings pick is in. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock, and we'll see in a few minutes who the Minnesota Vikings have picked for their first rounder. All right, let's see. We're approaching 11 p.m. By the way, I am very tired. I did do a little bit of work today, so that was exhausting as always. Yeah, there's the Vikings draft room celebrating the other purple team. We can do this though with the Jaguars on the clock. We're only 7 picks away from round 1 coming to an end. So we've been at it for a while. In about 30 seconds, we would be at it for 3 hours. That's I don't think I've ever done a stream this long before, at least on this channel. I know on my main channel I have when I used to do live streams there. But yeah, we are. I hate when it says the pick is in and it takes them like 5 minutes to tell us the pick. Just give us the pick, please. I would like to go to bed at some point. All right, here we go. Vikings about to make their selection at number 23. Here comes Roger Goodell. Oh, so they got Jordan Addison, the wide receiver from USC. So we picked Zay. They get Jordan. So now all of a sudden receivers are going off the board. It started at number 20 with Jackson Smith-Njigba going to the Seattle Seahawks. We've actually had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, now 4 straight wide receivers go off the board after none were picked in the first 19. Jackson Smith-Njigba to the Seahawks, Quentin Johnson to TCU, Zay Flowers to Boston College, and Jordan Addison, or Zay Flowers to Boston guys, Zay Flowers to the Ravens, and Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings. Now the Jaguars is going to be very interesting because they got a running back, got their quarterback, obviously. They got a nice receiving core. Where do they go? What does NFL.com draft tracker think that they need? Corner, O-line, and D-line. Yeah, okay. Well, you still got Joey Porter Jr., you still got the Maryland guy, Deontay Banks, you still got you got some like Anton Harrison here, a tackle. You got let's see, who else could there be? Brian Branch. I mean, he's not a corner, but he's someone in the secondary that you might need. Maybe they get an edge rusher. We haven't seen Nolan Smith yet. Brian Branch. We haven't seen Miles Murphy. This is getting interesting, and even the top 2 tight ends are still there. Not that who's the Jaguars tight end? Yeah, Evan Ingram. Yeah, they don't need a tight end. But yeah, and I think the thing that's interesting too is coming up. The Giants are also a team that needs a wide receiver, but all of like the good receivers that were expected to be first rounders are off the board. As I think really after you get to Zay Flowers, the next best receiver is Josh Downs of North Carolina. At least he's the next ranked, and he's at 38. And then you have Nathaniel Dellett. Like, yeah, all these other guys like might not even like go into the first round here. That surprised me to see Hendon Hooker. Hooker's a gifted runner with an NFL caliber arm, and he made strides in each season as starter. He just comes with some big red flags between his age, will be 25 as a rookie, a torn ACL in November, and a gimmicky Tennessee offense. Yeah. Let's see. Zach Charbonnet, UCLA running back. Don't know why I'm even looking at him. It's not even really. Jalen Hyatt in Tennessee still there too. Oh, excuse me. And then they do have, Keyshawn Boutte, Cedric Tillman at Tennessee. So there's still some good wide receiver options for the Giants. Oh, and they traded up. The Giants traded up 1 spot, number 24, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now go to 25. So maybe this is the Giants saying, "Hey, we're gonna get we're gonna get our receiver right now." This is interesting. So this is the 6th trade we've had. We haven't had a trade in a while. I think the last trade we had was when the Steelers traded with the Patriots. Other than that, everybody's been staying put until now, where the Giants have moved up 1. They have their pick in. So the Jaguars are back on the clock, and it seems like it's going to go to commercial break. Yes, it is. So after the commercial break is when we will see who the Giants moved up uh, one spot to get. Because again, moving up one spot can seem worthless, but I mean, if your guy's there, then you might as well. This guy said, y'all missing a good point here. Flowers is from Florida. Lamar follows him on Instagram, helped sharing his merchandising. They are friends. Have you ever considered that this actually might have been his request? Plus, Office really liked him, so it could have been a match. And then Odell said, whoever gets Zay, Addison, and Jigba is getting a steal this late. I thought they would have been gone, but what do I know? Well, we got Zay, Odell, so you should be happy. Najigba is now with the Seahawks, and Addison is now with the Vikings. So, yeah, there you go. Got some steals. Although he didn't say anything about Quentin Johnston. I don't. Does he not like Quentin Johnston? I don't know. But yeah, this is the third time in 5 years the Ravens take a wide receiver. Says I imagine this puts DeAndre Hopkins talk to bed. This offseason, the Ravens have had Odell Beckham Jr., Nelson Aguilar, and Zay Flowers. Yeah, at this point, yeah, I don't see it happening. I don't see DeAndre Hopkins happening. So, but I'm not disappointed because again, we got a receiver, and we extended our quarterback on the same day. So I can't be upset about it. And from what I've seen, like I just read in that one tweet, Zay Flowers and Lamar Jackson are like friends. They like know each other very well. So they already have that relationship built, and that could definitely help. Someone said Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are going to wreak havoc on the league. Man, oh my God. Yeah, that's going to be a fearsome one there. Okay, well, Zay Flowers said, let's go get some wins. Anytime I touch the ball, I feel like I can score. I mean, we're going to need you to. We're going to need you to. We need some playmaking. Well, yeah, we have playmakers now, but we need some more playmakers, man, and we drafted you to do that. So please break our wide receiver curse. I mean, I know Hollywood had 1,000 yards. Torrey Smith had a 1,000-yard season. He's probably the best receiver we ever drafted. But, like, maybe Zay Flowers is the one that makes a Pro Bowl. I don't know. Maybe not this year because I don't think he's going to get reps, but Bateman's going to be one, and I would assume that you're going to have, like, Beckham at the number 2 at this point. So, yeah. That's really interesting. So yeah, with that, again, I think that the Ravens and DeAndre Hopkins, I think that's all done. That's all over with. We can stop talking about it now. And every question mark that the Ravens had entering the draft has really been answered. So yeah, with the whole Lamar Jackson thing and what we were going to do in the draft. So not getting DeAndre is fine when you get a young wide receiver that he is already pretty well acquainted with. Plus, it looks like he's a very aggressive receiver. He can go up and get it. So for the New York Giants, their pick is in, as I mentioned. The Jaguars are back on the clock. We are so close to being done for the night. I'll kind of recap a little bit of it. We are 3 hours into this live stream. My Lord, here we go. Giants about to make their selection. Here's Roger Goodell walking out there. Oh, there you go. There's my Maryland guy. There's my Deontay Banks goes to the New York Giants, the Maryland Terrapin. I was hoping the Ravens would get him. But, congratulations to Deontay Banks. You deserve it. Representing the Terrapins. First-round draft pick for Maryland, which is something you don't see often, but, very, very good corner. He's got it, man. He's got it. So, yeah, the Ravens still need a corner going into the draft, so we'll see what they do tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, they're showing his highlights in the Ohio State game, and he was very aggressive. He was doing his thing, and that was one of the reasons Maryland kept it so close. I mean, you look at the final score and you see 43-30, but really it was 36-30 with one of those like fluke touchdowns at the end where Maryland had to do a lot of laterals because it was time was running out. There was about 5 seconds left, and the laterals went all the way back in their end zone. And Ohio, or what laterals? I think Tualia Tagovailoa got sacked in the end zone, fumbled, and Ohio State recovered it for a touchdown that in the end didn't really mean anything. So Deontay Banks, congratulations, team, man. You're finally picked to the New York Giants. Wish you the best of luck. They did need a corner, I guess. Corner was one of the things that haunted them last year. So I guess I'm not surprised. There's been another trade. The Jaguars now trading down 2 more spots to number 27, and the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. So the Jaguars not staying put. They traded out of 24 down to 25. Now they've traded down to 27 out of 25. So it's interesting with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Maybe they're going, there's nobody there for us right now. But we have our 7th trade this first round. That's a lot of trades. We're talking about only through 25 picks, and 7 of them have been trades. And the Jaguars have traded down twice. Buffalo Bills is going to be interesting to see what they got here. Do they go running back? Because I feel like that's been one of their weaknesses ever since Josh Allen got there, is they don't have a solidified back. I mean, I guess they do have wide receivers, but they're still in on the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes right now, at least. I don't know what's going to happen with that now, as the 3 teams that seem to be interested in Hopkins don't necessarily have a need for him anymore. So, again, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. And we'll see why Buffalo wanted to trade up very, very soon. They had the 2nd best offense in the NFL. Let's see what it says Buffalo needs. Wide receiver, D-line, linebacker. The biggest immediate need appears to be at wide receiver, with Gabe Davis set to hit free agency this coming season, and Stephon Diggs hitting the cap at nearly $28 million in 2024. The depth in the front 7 also has taken a hit. I didn't realize. Okay, so they're set to lose Gabe Davis next year, and Diggs' cap hit is going to hit $28 million. Wow. Okay. So maybe I don't know though. Like I said, all the good receivers from round 1 are pretty much taken at this point. So we're gonna have to see what Buffalo does. It does say their pick is in. So now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, with the Buffalo Bills getting ready to make the pick here. Hello. Someone's awake, huh? Don't mind her. She's just yeah. She was sleeping the whole time. Now she's up. Don't worry, we'll let this finish. I know what you want. We'll finish up, and then we'll go outside. If I say it loud, she will freak out. So yeah, Bills pick is in. Cowboys on the clock. What do they say the Cowboys need? Because I'm intrigued. Because the Cowboys O-line, D-line, and tight end. Oh, maybe they get one of these 2 tight ends here. I feel like Dalton Kincaid. They already had Dalton Scholes. Why not get Dalton Kincaid? It says bolstering the roster inside the trenches and landing a pass catcher at tight end for Dak Prescott should be the Cowboys' primary areas of focus in this year's draft. Okay. So, what is Ian Rappaport talking about? Every time Ian Rappaport is on TV, I have to. I missed this. But anyway, the Buffalo Bills getting ready to pick with the Dallas Cowboys on the clock here. Yeah, maybe the Bills get Dalton Kincaid. They kind of, I mean, they have a decent tight end, but Dalton Kincaid could be a big upgrade. Big upgrade. Yeah, I was gonna say Jacksonville keeps moving down. They're now behind Dallas. So after Buffalo makes their pick, we got Dallas, we got Jacksonville, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Kansas City. I'm sorry, I'm just being quiet because I'm kind of just one, I'm getting tired, and two, I'm anticipating. Let's see, here we go. Bill's selection. You good over there? You get on the bed. I know you can jump up there. There you go. Sorry, my dog was. Oh, it's Bill's selection. They did get Dalton Kincaid, the tight end out of Utah. Wow, Josh Allen gets another weapon. I mean, I guess since they couldn't get a wide receiver, why not get the next best thing, tight end who can catch the ball? It said he had 70 catches for 890 yards last year. So it says at 240, Kincaid bridges the gap between tight end and wide receiver. You're not going to draft him for his blocking ability, but he's at least serviceable in that regard. No, Kincaid can be a focal point of the offense with his route running ability after recording 70 catches for 890 yards at Utah last season. So there were no pass catchers taken with the first 19 picks. Since then, when we had the string of 4 receivers taken from pick 20 to 23, you now have Dalton Kincaid being the 5th pass catcher in the last 6 picks. And running back, kind of after Jamar Gibbs, running backs have been kind of scarce now, too. There's only been 2. Obviously, Bijan Robinson went to Atlanta, and Jahmyr Gibbs, for whatever reason, that was Detroit's pick, the confusing pick. So yeah, Dallas still on the clock. After that, Jacksonville, maybe. I mean, they keep trading down, but you know that wasn't, I guess, necessarily a surprise pick because Josh Allen needs some weapons, and all the good receivers were taken off the board right now. Not saying they can't get any receivers late, but with Gabe Davis set to be a free agent at the end of this season, and Stephon Diggs' cap hit coming next year as well, they're going to need some young reinforcements, some new, fresh faces, and Dalton Kincaid definitely fits that bill for what the Bills are looking for. I can't remember the name of their current tight end. He's pretty good too. Dawson Knox, he's pretty good, but I guess they felt like they could upgrade from there. So yeah, the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see what Jerry Jones has up his sleeve. He always tends to. There's been some where like, wow, why did he make that pick? And there's some where like, oh, that was a really good pick. And I mean, we're talking about Jerry Jones here, so he's had some really good picks in his career, but he's also had ones you look back on and you're like, why? Like, why did you make this pick? It doesn't make any sense. But yeah. So we're getting toward the end. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks here, and then we can call it a night. Jerry Jones, he's always just sitting there. He just doesn't look like he ever does anything. I think he just has people do everything for him. So Dak Prescott missed 5 games last year. You know what he did, and he still threw 15 interceptions. Wow. Yeah, they don't have Ezekiel Elliott. They might go running back here. They don't have Ezekiel Elliott. They do have Tommy Pollard, but they don't have Ezekiel Elliott. They cut him. So again, who would be like the next best running back that you would take here? Because running back class this year is not necessarily the strongest when we talk about it. Let's see. Running backs, not really seeing any after this. I mean, there's Zach Charbonnet from UCLA. Maybe that's the way they go here. Maybe they go offensive line. Let's see. D-line, O-line, and tight end. Yeah, that's right. We saw that already with the Cowboys need here. So that's going to be interesting because the Cowboys can go any which way with this pick, and could definitely be very confusing. This pick that they make here, if they if they mess things up, that is. But yeah, I don't know. Uh, wow, I'm just looking at some of these names. I forgot were part of the draft here. A Stanford quarterback, really? Tanner Mickey, like Mickey is already well equipped to operate an NFL offense, given what he has was asked to do at Stanford. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the class, and he pairs that ability with lightning quick processing. Mickey's career time to throw at Stanford was a swift 2.49 seconds. Okay, that's kind of surprising. He's like in the 80s, though, in the PFF top 100. Let's see. We're getting to number 100. Okay, so there really isn't any running back after Charbonnet in the top 100 that you could see the Cowboys picking. Although I don't think that's their main concern is running back. Like I said, they still have Tommy Pollard. They're still doing their thing. I don't think that that's going to be a full problem for them. Considering Ezekiel Elliott was continuing to decline every year like he has, that weird pattern of things, it's just, I think the Cowboys can find a replacement easily, but you're what am I saying? Cowboys can find a replacement easily. Obviously, it's not going to be Ezekiel Elliott, but you can find somebody who's good. I mean, sometimes the best running backs, actually, a lot of times the best running backs don't even come from the first round. You're very rarely going to find like an LT, a Christian McCaffrey, a Saquon Barkley. You're rarely going to find those. Jamal Lewis. Most of the time it's those late rounders or middle rounders like Alvin Kamara and them that, really, really do well. Okay, so the Cowboys pick is in, which means the Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock. I accidentally hit refresh. Damn it. Come on, NFL Draft Tracker. I need you. That is a helmet. Wow. That's an interesting helmet there. That was very interesting from that fan. I actually liked that a lot. Wonder if they have one of Ravens. So yeah. Dallas Cowboys. This is the one that always interests me because they always do interesting things in the first round. Yeah, Jaguars third time on the clock. Maybe they'll pick this time instead of trade back. Man, I am barely making it. I'm exhausted, but we're almost through it. I can't give up now. After this pick, we'll be on pick number 27 to 31. So I got to push through. I got to keep pushing. Here we go for the Dallas Cowboys pick number 26. Roger Goodell. What do we got? Dallas Cowboys. Mozzie Smith. He wasn't even on my first round radar. Whoa. See, I told you. The Cowboys always do something weird, something out of left field, and they go with Mozzie. Well, I mean, there was you could have went with like Jerry Porter Jr. You could have went with let's see, there was still a lot of good defenders out there, man. Like what do we like? Nolan Smith was still there. Miles Murphy, and you go with Mozzie Smith. I thought he said Ozzie Smith at first. Like, wait. You mean the shortstop for the Cardinals and A's? I don't know if he's still playing, but okay. So, yeah, Jacksonville is next now. They're still on the clock. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, New Orleans, Philadelphia, and Kansas City will round out the night here. We got 5 more, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5 more picks, and then we can call it a night here. That one, I don't know if that's a reach. I mean, it's there. I mean, if you want me to rate these picks so far, I think Bryce Young to the Panthers is an A. I think C.J. Stroud to the Texans is a B plus. I think Willie Anderson to the Texans is an A. I think Anthony Richardson to the Colts is a C plus right now. We'll see how that works. I think Devin Witherspoon to the Seahawks is an A minus. I think Paris Johnson to the Cardinals is an A. I think Tyree Wilson to the Raiders is a solid B. I think Bijan Robinson to the Falcons is a A minus. I think Jalen Carter to the Eagles is an A plus. I think Darnell Wright to the Bears is a B plus. I think Peter Skronecki, or Skrozinski, sorry, I said that wrong, to the Titans is a B plus. I think Jamari Gibbs to the Lions is a D. I think Luke Van Ness to the Packers is a C. I think Broderick Jones to the Steelers is an A. I think Willie McDonald to the Jets is a C plus. I think Emmanuel Forbes to Washington is an A. I think Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots is an A plus. I think Jack Thompson to the Lions is a C plus. I think Kalijah Cansey to the Buccaneers is a B minus. Jackson Smith-Jibba to the Seahawks, that's an A plus. Quentin Johnston to the Chargers, that's an A. Zay Flowers to the Ravens, I'll give that an A minus. Good draft overall thus far. Yeah. I mean, there's been some surprises, like the Lions doing whatever the hell they're doing, and the Cowboys just took Mozzie Smith. But yeah, and then I guess Jordan Addison, that's an A plus for the Vikings. Deontay Banks, I think that's going to be a nice pick for the Giants, solid A. Dalton Kincaid is an A for the Bills. And Mozzie Smith, a stretch right now. I'll give it a C. But again, we will see how that works out for the Cowboys. So the Jacksonville Jaguars are waiting. Their pick is in now, so that officially puts the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. So we're getting down to nitty-gritty. Jaguars, Bengals, Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs are the last 5 picks here in round 1. And we've seen seven trades. The Jaguars have actually traded down twice. This is their 3rd time on the clock, but it looks like since their pick is in, they're going to be picking this time. So we'll see where they decide to go, because with the rise that they took last year, I would say maybe O-lineman here. I know that's like one of the big things that they need, because they got a good receiving core. They got a good tight end. Obviously, their quarterback's fine. And they might go defense here too. I mean, their defense kind of held them back a little bit more than it should have a year ago as well. And you still got some good corners on the board. Excuse me. So there's always that possibility. Well, corner and a safety, I should say. I'm still surprised that Jerry Porter Jr. has not been chosen yet. Like, that surprises me. I thought he would go in the 1st round. I mean, we're still got 5 picks, so we'll see. But I mean, that's a little surprising. Will Levis did not get picked. There was 3 quarterbacks picked in the first 4 picks, with Bryce Young going to the Panthers, C.J. Stroud going to the Texans, and Anthony Richardson going to the Colts. After that, we have not had a quarterback pick since. A lot of people thought maybe Will Levis would go to Washington. I think that was like the one where I said this is probably his last chance. He didn't get picked. I said, well, maybe Tampa. After Tampa, I said the teams picking don't need a quarterback at all. And then Tampa didn't pick him. So I think Will Levis is going to be a day 2 pick for a team. Who knows? Maybe it's still one of those quarterback needy teams like Washington that ends up picking him later. But to be honest with you, I did not think he would fall out of the 1st round. I thought he might go later. But I'm not surprised with the top 2 quarterbacks that were taken. Anthony Richardson at 4 to the Colts kind of surprised me. But, at the same point in time, I get it, I understand. But again, people kind of might look at it and be like, it might be Achilles Smith syndrome here, because he only started 1 year at college, and, that doesn't usually translate super, super well. So, we'll see with that. Whereas at least with Young and Stroud, they had multiple years starting, and obviously I mean, all three of those quarterbacks play in big conferences. I mean, the SEC was Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young. They played in that conference, and Stroud played in the Big Ten. So those aren't like weak conferences, but still, I just feel like you need to have more than 1 year experience to really hit it. But again, we'll see. Maybe Anthony Richardson's another one of those quarterbacks that proves everybody wrong. Anyway, Goodell's about to make the Jaguar selection right now. Anton Harrison. Okay, Tech. I was waiting for his name to be called. I knew they would probably go offensive line there because that was their most biggest need. I think I said most biggest. I get it. English. That was their biggest need um, heading into round one here. And obviously, when you got your franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence, you're going to need to protect him at all cost. And I think it's a good move here. He was the next best offensive lineman that was out there right now because, yeah, well, let's see, the offensive linemen that have been taken, we've had, let's see, the first one was Paris Johnson Jr. to Arizona at 6. Then we saw Darnell Wright at number 10 go to the Chicago Bears. Then we had Skrzynski from Northwestern going to the Titans at 11. And then after that, Broderick Jones, the Steelers traded up to get him at 14. And after that, everything just kind of went quiet with offensive linemen until now with Anton Harrison. So Bengals now, they're on the clock. Again, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Just 4 more picks to be made before we call it a night here. Now, let's see what it says here that the Bengals need. O-line, tight end, running back. The Bengals have tended to go need heavy in round 1, so it's entirely possible they select one of those first 2 positions at number 28 overall. With Jonah Williams requesting a trade, Cincinnati might be prompted to go for a right tackle first and then look for a tight end or a back on day 2. The only other tight end I would say is first round worthy because Dalton Kincaid went to the Buffalo Bills would be Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. That would be the only other tight end who I think would be round 1 worthy. It could be another offensive lineman. I mean, after Anton Harrison, you still have some options. You got Osiris Torrance here. You got DeJuan Jones. So you still have some options for that offensive line that is definitely, very, very thin. I mean, I don't think Joe Burrow has really had a good offensive line. I mean, even during that season where they made the Super Bowl, counting the postseason, he was sacked, like 70-something times, and that's just not going to do it. Okay, so the Bengals pick is in now, meaning that the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. So in a few minutes, we will be hearing the Cincinnati Bengals pick to see what they get. They actually just picked up Joe Burrow's 5th-year option, I want to say yesterday, even though I think he's going into his 4th year. But, it is what it is. That just means that they're saying if they can't come to terms before next season, then the tag is there. But I think he'll be signed by the beginning of next season. He'll probably set the new record for highest paid player in the league after Lamar Jackson's contract. So, Lamar will be the highest paid player in the NFL history for a year, but Joe Burrow's definitely gonna break that because you know how it works. One quarterback sets the market or one player sets the market for one position, and then it just continues to go up from there. I mean, let's all remember in 2013, Joe Flacco got that 5-year, $125 million contract after winning the Super Bowl, and that was like the highest paid quarterback at the time. And then he quickly fell to like 10th after that. All right, Roger Goodell's coming out to announce the Bengals pick at 28. Let's see what they got. Miles Murphy from Clemson. Okay, I was wondering when he would come off the board too. Falls at the end of the first round. That's a good pick by the Bengals there. Yeah, very very good move. I mean, here we go. I actually had him up on PFF. It says Murphy is too freaky to pass up. The 6'5", 275-pounder is this year's version of Travon Walker. Murphy could stand to add some pass rushing moves, but he still racked up 76 pressures over the past 2 seasons. So wait, he's an edge rusher who I guess he doesn't have trouble roughing the or rushing the passer, but he apparently needs pass rushing moves. Okay, a little odd, I guess. I mean, I guess it just means doesn't have like a swim move or anything. Um, I have a feeling the Steelers will draft Joey Porter Jr. on day 2 with the first pick of that round. Hopefully, he goes somewhere else. I don't know. I mean, it would make sense for the Steelers considering his dad was known to play for the Steelers, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. I mean, we don't have a second round pick, so we're just going to have to really, really work it and see what goes on after that. But yeah, so New Orleans Saints, they're on the clock. We got the Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs now, the last 3 picks of the night, and we have hit 11:30. Wow. They need to find a way to make this shorter because, geez, man, I don't know if I can do this every year because they always do Thursday, Friday, Saturday as opposed to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If they did Friday night, or Saturday afternoon, and Sunday afternoon, I would be completely fine. But man, my lord! So they've gone to commercial. Saints still on the clock, still trying to decide who they want to pick up. Let's see. Let's see here. I will say, at least with the Giants this year, they didn't make like what was it, Kadarius Toney they picked last year, and they quickly traded him away. Quickly traded him. Again, just checking Twitter, seeing what's going on here. Doesn't seem like there's anything going on. Oh God, Scooter Magruder's already making a video. He just has a screenshot. It's him going, Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Yeah. Micah Parsons says, Mozzie, let's go. Man, let's friggin' work. I mean, whatever you say, Mozzie Smith was not on my day 1 radar, but, is what it is, I guess. Only one of these teams needs a QB. Colin Code. Which one needs a QB? Probably the Saints, but I mean, I don't think the Saints are going to get Will Levis here. Maybe. Okay, maybe this is a possibility. That might be it because, they do have Derek Carr for what, 2 or 3 years, but maybe he continues his decline, and maybe you can have Plan B right there set in stone. So I don't know. Maybe this is the last chance for Will Levis here because the Eagles and Chiefs don't need QBs. They're not going to pick a QB, so we'll just have to wait and see what goes on here. But we got 3 picks left, Saints on the clock, and then the Eagles and Chiefs coming after that, as there's only 31 picks instead of 32 here in the first round because of the Dolphins not knowing how to handle a concussion by Tua Tagovailoa in the regular season. Man, I'm trying, I'm fight. I don't know if you can see, but there's some points in time where I'm just closing my eyes and I'm like, no, I gotta get through this. We have 3 more picks to go. 3 more. I can get through that, and then I'll talk more about it tomorrow. But yeah, and then I think drafting after Mozzie Smith, Antoine Harrison, I'll give that an A- for the Jags, and Miles Murphy an A+ for the Cincinnati Bengals. A nice move there. So we'll see what the Saints, Eagles, and Chiefs have in store as we continue to move on in the NFL draft. Or a commercial, and it doesn't say pick is in for the Saints yet, so we're still waiting a little bit before anything else. We've been going for 3.5 hours. We might be at 4 hours by the time this thing is done, this live stream. So I've been proud of myself, though. I've made it. I haven't gone to the bathroom too much. I'm staying hydrated. So, we'll see. I am getting hungry, though. I think after this, I'm definitely going to go get something to eat. All right, Saints pick is in. So we should be hearing from them in a minute or two. Well, hearing from Roger Goodell in a minute or two what the pick will be. So that means now with the pick in, the Eagles are on the clock, and we will have 2 more picks coming after this one. So we're getting to the nitty gritty. We're getting to the 2 Super Bowl teams after this. The Saints, I forgot how they got this pick. Who would have been the 29th overall pick? I don't remember. Who played in the NFC Championship game with the Eagles? The 49ers. This is the 49ers pick. And I can't remember why the 49ers gave up this pick. There's got to be a trade that they made that I'm missing in here. But yeah, so the New Orleans Saints about to come in with the 29th pick, the last of three, well, the third to last pick here. Could this be Will Levis? Maybe they're picking Will Levis just in case the whole Derek Carr thing doesn't work out. Other than that, it says they need D-line, tight end, and O-line. So could this also be the Notre Dame guy, Michael Mayer? But could they also get someone like a Joey Porter Jr.? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. Maybe Joey Porter Jr. falls out of the first round. And keep in mind, 2 of the 3 teams in on DeAndre Hopkins picked wide receiver or picked pass catchers. The only other team interested is the Chiefs, and we'll see what they do at 31. Here's the Saints pick. Brian Brzee from Clemson, defensive tackle. Okay. All right, that's a very Saint move. I feel like the Saints are another one of those teams that always tend to make these like weird, unusual moves. I'll give that one a B. I don't know if I'm going to give it lower C+. I like it, but at the same point in time, I feel like they could have done better considering there's still so many people out here that they could have. Okay, maybe like Nolan Smith. This guy, man, it says he's undersized edge rusher at only 238, can be a 3-down player. In fact, he earned a 90-plus run defense grade over the past 2 seasons. He needs more power elements to his pass rush toolbox, but he's a high-end athlete who can win with speed. And yet, this guy has not been picked at all tonight. Like, oh my goodness. So, the Eagles are on the clock, and then it'll be the Kansas City Chiefs, and then we can get out of here for tonight. That sound good? Sounds good to me. But yeah. See, I think now with the last 2 picks, I should go, okay, what's your picks? Okay, let's go. It's almost midnight. I'd like to get to bed at some point. I know I sound like a child, but I'm usually not up this late. Not usually. If I'm hanging out with friends or whatever and whatnot, I'll be up, or if like family's over or something. But usually I'm not up this late because I'm used to going to bed a little early so I can get up early for work. I'm an early riser. I get up at like 7:30, mainly because the dog wakes me up to go out. But 7:30, 8 o'clock, maybe I'll wake up on non-work days, and most of the time work days I'm up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock because I have to be. And then usually around 8ish, 9ish is when I'll start to kind of like try to doze off. So yeah, I'm not I'm a early riser, and I'm a early go to bed type person. So this is something that I don't do often. So they probably won't go to commercial for these last 2 picks. I would at least assume. But the Eagles are still on the clock. They're still making their decision. Let's see what we got here. Who maybe they can get Nolan Smith here. I feel like if there's anybody who can get him, it could be this team. It says they need a D-line or running back. He is an edge rusher, so maybe not, but also, could definitely fit with the Eagles. And running back, the only other running back here that I would say take in the first round is Charbonnet from UCLA, but I don't know if you would want to pick him in the first round. I feel like, again, you could do that later in round 2 or so, but we're okay. 5-minute mark for the Eagles to make their pick. And then we'll be down to the nitty gritty here. Maybe this is Joey Porter Jr. I don't know. I have a feeling Joey Porter Jr. is going to fall to day 2. I have that feeling. And considering the Steelers have the first pick, like you said, tomorrow in round 2 with pick 32, they might take him just for name's sake because of his dad and his ties with the team. But Okay, so the Eagles are taking a sweet time here with making this pick. I mean, I get it. You know, you're picking second to last in the draft. A lot of the people that you probably were hoping would fall didn't. So now you're trying to figure things out and be like, okay, well, who's the best option right now? I don't see a trade happening with these last two picks. I really don't. I don't think there's really any need for any team to do so. But yeah, when they said that this was going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts, I mean, they were right. First two picks, I guess, were not surprising. First three, I should say. Then you get to Anthony Richardson. That's like, meh. You know, probably Colts probably reached a little bit. You got Tyrese Wilson, Deshaun Robinson being number 8. Um, you know, Jamar Gibbs getting picked. Luke Van Ness being 13, I think, is a little high there. Will McDonald from Iowa State getting picked by the Jets. It just Jack Campbell, like a lot of these players, and then even the receivers. Like I said, not even having a receiver getting picked till the 20th pick, and then having 4 in a row taken. It's like, wow, like it shouldn't have taken that long when you got talent like that in Smith, Jibba, Johnston, Flowers, and Addison. It shouldn't have taken that long. It really, really shouldn't have. But that's just how it goes sometimes, I guess. All right. Eagles still on the clock, just waiting for it, because when their pick is in, that means the Chiefs will be on the clock, and we are this much closer to getting done here. What does this say the Chiefs need? I'm actually kind of curious. It says Chiefs need wide receiver, O line, and D line. One way or another, I figured the Chiefs will address the wide receiver position. The right tackle spot seems to be Lucas Nangs right now, but they need to add talent and competition there. And why not add one more pass rusher to the mix, even with Charles Omenohu? Sorry if I butchered that. I'm not really good with names like that. It says that would give the Chiefs a quality quartet at edge rusher. Well, all the good wide receivers, again, are gone, unless you want to, try to reach for the Tennessee receivers or, other receivers like Josh Downs, maybe. But, we'll see when we get there. The pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles, meaning that the Kansas City Chiefs are the clock, and we are now down to the last pick after the Eagles make their pick here. So it's been fun. It's been fun. I don't know if I ever want to do this again. This is tiring, man. They do this at 8 o'clock at night, and it gets done at almost midnight. It's like, geez. And it's always on a Thursday. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like you should still do this Friday night on 2 through 3, Saturday afternoon around 4 through 7, kind of like early morning, like 11:30-ish. And then, for the rest of the day. Doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday just doesn't make sense to me. Eagles fans, man, they're so crazy. They really are crazy. All right. Is Goodell coming? No, he's not. But the pick is still in. So Chiefs on the clock. Down to the final 2 picks. With the Eagles soon to be announced. Again, sorry if I'm not talking much right now. Uh, I'm tired, and there's not much more to talk about at this point, other than seeing what the Eagles and Chiefs are going to do. Because it's not going to be Will Levis, and I don't really know what's going to happen here. So here's the Eagles selection as Roger Goodell is coming out. Oh, great, with people. Like, you needed to waste time with people. For God's sake, just make the selection, man. I hate when he brings people out because then they take 10 minutes to make the selection. Cut? Dude, perfect. Oh, okay. That's Donna Kelsey, Travis and Jason Kelsey's mom. Why is Dude perfect there, though? That seems weird. Oh God. Oh God. They get since there's Travis and Jason Kelsey, and she's saying, "Oh, I got trouble picking which game to watch," and they gave her a big ass like coin that she can like flip and be like, "Oh, who am I watching today, Jason or Travis?" Oh, I mean, it is funny. I forgot Eagles Chiefs are the last two picks. Those are the teams our sons play for. Wow. Okay. She should make the last two picks. She's announcing the Eagles pick. Oh, there we go. There's Nolan Smith to Georgia. I told you it seems like an Eagles move, an Eagles fit, and the fact that he fell to 30, this could be an ultimate steal for the Eagles. Very, very good. A plus move for them. And I guess the last move, Brian Brees, is like a B minus for the New Orleans Saints. Oh, God. Haven't sneezed all night up until now while I'm in the middle of talking. So Chiefs on the clock, and they are the last ones to pick here in the first round. Let's see what they decide to do when we get there. That is, but yeah, Nolan Smith, nice, good steal for the Philadelphia Eagles potentially falling all the way to number 30. I think it's a really, really good move. They needed somebody out there who could do pass rush and who could stop the run, and he's that guy. Oh my God, the bright I like Oregon's dark green jerseys, those bright green highlighter jerseys, just like the yellow highlighters. They're ugly. I'm sorry. Oregon has ugly uniforms. They've never been appealing to me at all. So those people say Oregon has some of the best uniforms in college football. No, they don't. No, they're like bottom tier. They really are bottom tier, especially with those colors. Like, ugh. Like, again, I get the color scheme. It's always been their color scheme, but it doesn't have to be that bright. You're playing football here. We're not at a friggin' fashion show. You don't need to shine bright. You just need to play football. God. Georgia defenders drafted by the Eagles. 2023, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. That's right, they did get Jalen Carter earlier. They had the number 9 pick. How did I forget that one? They got that one in a trade. Yeah. So yeah, they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith today. They got Jordan Davis last year. I remember that one. So they've been picking defense in the first round the past couple of years, which isn't necessarily surprising. I mean, I guess after they got AJ Brown last year, they didn't really feel the need to draft offense first round. But okay, Chiefs 4 minutes left to make their pick. They're on the clock. Nobody else after them. This is it. And then that is the end of round 1 of the 2023 NFL draft. As we'll kind of just wait it out. We'll see what goes on here. I actually didn't look at the stats to the Orioles game. I'm going to do that right now while I wait for the Chiefs to make their pick. I know the Orioles won, but I don't know the stats for the game. Let's see. Let's see here. That's the Tigers. Rushman, okay, got back on track 2 for 4 RBI. Santander had the home run, his second of the season. Mateo still hitting. Ortiz, though, 1 for 3. 3 RBIs. 3 RBIs. Good game for the rookie. You'll take that from him any day. Gibson kind of off today. 4 to 3rd innings, 3 runs, 8 hits. Still not terrible. I mean, only 3 runs, but still, the way he'd been pitching, Bauman just keeps pitching out of his mind. Perez gave up a run again. Starting to get a little worried about Perez. Brian Baker did well. Keegan Aiken did well. Felix Bautista had 3 strikeouts and 3 walks, but he got through that. We walked 10. Wow, we walked 10 Tigers today and still won the game. That's amazing. The Tigers pitching. Shreve gave up pretty much all the runs, 5 out of the 7. So that's how we won the game. We had a 5-run 7th inning where we were down 4-2. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. The Chiefs have to make their pick. Okay, that's wrong. This thing said it's the first. This was the Ravens' first round wide receiver since Lamar Jackson became quarterback. Do we not remember that we drafted Hollywood Brown in the first round when Lamar was the starter? So that's wrong. He's the third because then Rashad Bateman was picked in the first round. Who is keeping track of this? This is the third first round wide receiver we've drafted for Lamar Jackson. And Hollywood worked for a little bit, and Bateman, if he can stay healthy, God, that's going to work out so well. And now we get Zay Flowers. Like, I mean, come on. Okay, here we go. Pick is in for the Chiefs. We'll see what they do with the last pick of the first round when we get there. Now my nose is stuffy. I'm going to take an allergy pill too. Ugh. All right, announce the Chiefs pick so we can get out of here, please. I am about wiped out for tonight. As we approach the 4 hour mark, we're at now 3 hours and 56 minutes here on this live stream, which, is ridiculous. I started 5 minutes before 8 o'clock when this was supposed to start, and they didn't announce the first round pick to like 8:10 or 8:15. So it's just like, I feel like the first pick should have it right away because you know who you're going to take. Everybody's on the board. You know the number one guy you want to take, so you take him. But sometimes they make you wait. I remember one year Goodell came out and just like announced it immediately, like didn't even give us time. It was like, this is the pick, and we're like, oh, okay, cool. Thanks for the warning. Thanks for the heads up. All right. And it's fitting too, considering this draft is in Kansas City, that the Chiefs would be the last one to pick. Watch, Goodell's going to come out with like 100 people. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, let's go. We're almost there. Let's get to the end, please. Ugh. Why is there a Michael Jackson cover band playing? I don't understand what's going on. I wonder if they'll ever get the NFL draft to Baltimore. That'd be interesting. Because it's like, where would they hold the NFL draft in Baltimore? I don't know. It would really be interesting. Because in April, it won't be too cold. So you don't have to worry about like weather other than maybe rain. But I think they've done this with rain before. Like, rain's not going to delay the NFL draft. Yeah, could the Chiefs take Carbonet here, the running back? Is that too much of a reach? Maybe. I mean, they need a running back, but I don't really see them taking a wide receiver here. O line, I don't know if there's really any more O lines I would say, take here. I mean, there's the center, John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota, but that's about it for now till we talk about tomorrow. Steve Vila is there for TCU, but again, are you really willing to reach that much for an offensive lineman? It's going to be an interesting pick here by the Chiefs. Oh. Oh, it's the CEO of the Chiefs. What's it? Arthur Hunt? Is that his name? I think. Is he going to be the one announcing the pick? He is. Oh, God, here. How about it? We just won a Super Bowl 2 months ago. What? Felix Abdike Uzama, edge rusher from Kansas State. All right. Again, that was not a guy who I would have had on my draft board, but okay. I mean, he's the 31st pick. A lot of the time, the last pick in the first round is always like a weird one because it's a player that you don't necessarily probably want first, but he's just probably next on the board here. He, he's kind of a need for the Chiefs. I mean, I guess they needed some sort of. I mean, their pass rush was fine, but I guess they needed more depth there. So yeah, what an interesting first round this was. We had about 7 trades. We had a lot of surprises. We had a string where 4 wide receivers in a row went after none were taken in the first 19 picks. Overall, this was nice. I mean, when they, like I said, when they said that this was going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts ever, they were right. This was definitely one where I said, "Oh, it's going to be this guy. It's going to be this guy," and it just turned out to be something way out of left field. So yeah, I had fun with it. I'll probably keep up with the Ravens draft picks for the next couple of days. We only have 4 left in the last 6 rounds, so there's probably not going to be much going on there when it comes to talk about the Ravens and their draft picks, but we'll see. And again, I think this takes us out of the DeAndre Hopkins thing, but there's also a possibility that we trade into the second round and give up a say like a third round pick for DeAndre Hopkins. I don't know. You can't have too much weapons at this point in time in the NFL. So, but I think the Zay Flowers pick was nice, and a lot of it fell our way with those receivers falling that low. I think it really, really made the Ravens go, yeah, we'll take a receiver here. We don't need to trade for DeAndre Hopkins. So, yeah, that's it for me. Stay safe out there, and until then, I will catch you all in the next one.